Welcome, everybody, to the 8th session of In a Land Not Their Own. We begin this particular session in a montage fashion, for much time has happened since our last session. 5 cycles have elapsed. Times have changed. The first creeping steps of change to fall upon Ivapum in this particular tiny settlement of Burgakash. We see the assembly of knights who gathered by boat. Naiad, Oak Knight, Typhon, and the Sprite gather to address the people one last time before moving inward, landward, westward. Of a gathering of knights and of an audience with the Countess of these western farmlands, who herself will be escorted through this town and further south beyond, for there is matters of utmost importance which require the attention of these ancient wise women. Moreover, it is revealed that the king himself will move from his throne in the southern city to meet not only this Count of the West, but others. There will be a great gathering, but not for many cycles yet. But their way will be heralded upon their return so that the people can make ready. 3 cycles later, Lord Kerala, the orc of this, or orc knight of this community, leaves as well, called away to the west like his brethren. But before he does, leaves someone in his stead, not a knight, but a familiar face to some, perhaps an much older orc than he, the name of Unkale, known surely by even all of you at this point, but particularly to Rajuloth, as a mage of potent skill, and you, Daholix, for this is the same individual who led the ceremony so many cycles ago now. Same one, though not donning that strange mask of bone, of skull. But this occurs, and in the absence of Lord Kerala, and with the ever-increasing industry of Azad, the investigations of Daholix, of the socializations and pleas of Nazvag, and of the endless toil, brick upon brick, of mortar, sawing of wood, and hewing of stone by Rajuloth. Slowly but surely, you as well change with time, as the people around here change with you, and some of them because of you. No longer is Burgakash a mere agrarian community. It is still that for sure. However, Azad, as your manor house grows out of the dirt, the soil of the fields, the skeletal structure of the framework reaching out like fingers towards the heavens, the flow of gold begins, first trickle, then a bit more, and a bit more. And as your trade negotiations and as your dealings have widened, have deepened, the practice of coinage has become a growing thing, a growing means and measure of trade. Many of those you've formed the most deepest of bonds with have been the staunchest proponents of which, and more of your trade routes and networks funnel in. And you yourself have begun, with the aid of some others, to mint such coinage in your inimitable style, of those golden triangles inscribed with those characters and signs upon them. To the south, it would seem that Lord Soot, though he moved westward, must indeed have gotten some message out, for you have had many attempts at negotiation by other Typhons from the south. You have rebuffed many of them in as diplomatic a means possible, and they have respected that. However, the past 2 cycles, the shipments from Milica are coming ever more infrequently, and tales of harassment, not in a militaristic sense or with the threat of violence, but with that age-old hurdles of bureaucracy, whether imagined or not, bites at the heels of your shipments. Not stopping anything, but making it inconvenient, and enough so for one of your acumen to realize the message that is being sent. A friendly one for now. Nazvog, you have grown, as has your daughter Sanem, now able to walk, although precariously, upon the sandy shores of Ivapum. Much more adept is she at swimming, which she now, as all your people do, have taken to with instinctual skill and speed. Now not merely floating and sort of paddling, but moving with grace, even at this age, when compared to the feeble attempts at swimming of some human children or orc of the like. Even your daughter, still so young, eclipses them quite easily in aquatic dexterity, shall we say. You've learned much, not all of it in the traditional means. You and Azad and Taholix have slowly come together to learn that dead tongue of cold of Nif, as was given to you by Tanam Raum 5 cycles ago. But you've had greater understandings and insights put into you by a teacher far more knowing, far more wise than a mere scroll parchment or any bodily teacher could be. Frizex, your benefactor and continued mentor, deep beneath the waves of Leviathan still is with you and has developed your understanding. Your perceptions have expanded so much in that time. And those occasional glimpses of spirits, you still see them. And you note with both awe and perhaps a degree of unease or even fear that they increase in frequency. But communication thus far has proved impossible. Your relationship with the humans and some of the orcs of this land has deepened. Though trepidatious she was, Ewa has in time learned how to swim and speak some of your tongue, and you have mastered the tongue of her people, as well as that of Thraxa. The Hain children of the beach, and the family of orcs upon the waves, they grow like Sanem grows. And you have indeed established a true community, a true relationship with these people. Unfortunately, your pleas to Lord Kerala for the building of walls and sensible means of defense against perhaps these sirens who you've heard about attacking the shores, or these strange spirits, or indeed anything else that could be lurking, could be plotting, perhaps against these trolls in the woods, which have indeed not caused any problems. Lady Ushia seems to be a woman of her word. However, your pleas and the growing aid and ties you've made with the community have left an impression upon the orc. A favorable one. Your words fall upon better ears amongst your human and mainly human neighbors, and they have took much more of your suggestions to heart. To Holix, much change has happened for you. You've gotten a greater understanding, or at least a bigger picture of this strange community, and even of that individual. But with every question you ask him, that orc magi, seems as though, or with every answer, two more questions arise. You've learned glimpses, remembered pieces of your old life, of that old name, and realize it was here too. Many cycles past. You've seen the burial ways of the orcs here, of the satyrs, of the humans. You've prowled and mapped the barrows which hold the skulls and bones of old departed townsfolk. You've learned the existence of what some call the Magi's graveyard, deep within that large hill, beyond the tunnels that comprise the malachite mines, past the fungus farms and mushroom fields, but have not been down there yourself. No further sign of either the troll or Avatrov has ever revealed itself to you. Instead, something else has, a strange tablet of clay inscribed with languages both you know and those that you don't. Unsure of what it means, but you've recently taken it to your siren companion under the hope that you might learn more. Rjuloth, you've been busy at work, reaching ever higher as the walls of the manor house of Azad, your now employer, your new benefactor, have risen with every passing chain, and with every passing cycle. The walls grow higher, the walls and floorboards fill in, rooms take shape, hallways lead to destinations, and still it grows higher and higher until at long last, after 5 cycles of near constant toil, you and your companions lay the final stones, completing this edifice, unlike any other here, or indeed any other you yourself have seen or even heard in the tales of your father or of the other individuals of your clan, of your people. Not Ferrum, not Orc, not Satyr, but something else. A wondrous construction, to be sure, masterfully laid, even despite that strange setback. But it was that setback that led to your employment here, so perhaps it may not be a setback at all. You tried to make sense of the strange mineral which you found within that sinkhole, that cyst beneath the earth, which you at first thought and feared would threaten to collapse the whole structure, and have been largely unsuccessful in understanding or unlocking its nature, for this metal behaves in a way unlike anything else. Metal, crystal, but also a liquid form. No constant temperature seems necessary to bring it to its melting point. It seems to change with the winds itself, but perhaps with what meager bits you've been able to discover, you might find some usage for this strange material, surely unique and unlike anything you have ever seen or heard, or indeed anyone else. The Zod, as the manor house is finally completed, you note the extreme excitement of many of the community at the accomplishing of this great feat, and with your rising popularity. Many are keen to hear what you and your wife have to say. But with a new home comes the leaving of an old one. And a new home, a new place, has different needs. Those needs require workers and servants of a different kind. And it is to that we start our scene, as Rjuloth, who has been quite skilled, perhaps not the best mason in the world as he claims, certainly very skilled indeed, and has brought your house to completion along with that of the other workers and other architects. But he has brought to your attention some individuals of his kinsmen to meet with your approval. And I leave the scene to you before the Longhouse. The manor house is not yet opened officially.
So we're going over. So the madhouse is not completed. We're in the longhouse. Okay. This is after or before
Ah,
at the end of the time skip.
this is at the end of the time skip. This is Regiloth has brought to you some workers to, or some potential servants to assist you in
And
your
who
new
are
role.
these fine individuals, Rogelos? Of course, I'm there standing, just a fine sort of robe about me, a wooden cane. I'm being fanned by one of my servants as I travel with entourage. Coming back to the longhouse, I see Rogeloth is bringing these people towards me.
Mhm. Your wife goes about her business. Feel free to interrupt when your mic problems are concluded, Alejandro.
Mhm.
Goes about her business. The cycles have continued. The relationship between the two of you have deepened uh, to a great degree. You have both been very successful and have made excellent first steps.
Justin,
But
can I be heard?
no time for that now.
Rogeloth, who are these people you bring to me now? I assume they are all firm. I smile, my fangs showing slightly. As I sort of look at all this congregation of little folk. They're not that little, but
Yeah, well, I wanted to present you some of the people I hired. These are hardworking people. Some of these they have taught me some. I point towards one of them. Lida Mundrak Tufule. He taught me masonry. All I know about masonry. He knows even more about masonry than I do. But here, this is Ria Tundrak Tufole. He knows all you have to know about carpentry. These two people have helped me on the building. Of course, I know best of I know a joint of these two things, and each of these great elders are an expert on their fields. I know a mix of both fields, and each of these people have greatly aided in the making of your building. I wanted to personally present it to you because they can be of aid for further projects. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to know some of the people that taught me what I know, and I let them to speak for themselves,
I
as
look at
these
them just.
have certainly already been under my as you left the construction to me, basically my direction, and I employed these people, and they have there are three other Ferrum that I did not mention by name, and they probably present them to you as their sons, two of one and one of the other, um, and yeah.
And I thank you each for your practice and your study of your craft, but the completion of my manor is finished, and might I say, it looks to have been done quite well. I would also like to say that your student here has proved himself to be rather consistent with his skills. In fact, it was quite humorous. When I had first seen him, he was on the dirt outside. I did not believe you had a home at that time, did you, Regiloth? No.
Oh yeah, I did have a home. I did have a home. Well, it's hard to say it's a home. I had a place to put my tools then. And when you were talking, that the moment you were speaking about, this person, I was like, like with my eyes very high, like, oh, what's he gonna say about me? What's he gonna say about me? Because you may notice by the way I present these people, as my elders, I really care about even their opinion. And when you speak well about me, I'm like, yeah, I'm like pleased, and they seem pleased with me, as you speak as you have.
And
Well, I say I had a place to put my tools now. Now I have a proper home, kind of not too far away from your manor, of course. Walking distance, just like an hour or so.
That is good. For there will be many more buildings, many more homes to be constructed around. Hopefully, your business, yes, and I do say your business, for your name has stretched quite far in tandem with mine. The business of your masonry, your practices, your skills, your craft should be known well. And unfortunately, I do not have any use for further use of masoners and carpenters. But I instead extend to you that you begin thinking about starting your own business. You have made yourself a home, Regiloth. That is good. Use that as your center.
See, I thank you. I thank you much for this professional relationship we've had. It was, of course, of great aid to both parties. I say that, and like I signal you, I signal myself, and then like I look at at my elders for approval, and they are both like like they high and low and nod, like strong nod, and I'm like, oh, like I'm proud of that, and I look at you, and one of them says, hey, so what about the engraving of your family, Regula? And I'm like, oh, we haven't talked about that. There's no problem. Our business was with the building. Well, I just wanted you to present my elders here. Thank you. It was a great relationship I had with you, and I'm certainly happy of the changes that have been made to Burger Castle. Now there's better taste. There's better taste on the streets and on the people. Thanks a lot to what you have brought, Azad. Thank you. I think. Oh, and like you see one of the unnamed persons like Ferrum, he say like, oh, and if you ever need any leather skin, I have great leather skin. And like one of the others who like, oh, shut up.
I look at him and I like look at him. It's like, oh, like a celebrity. Oh, he looked at me. I look at him and then I look back at Regiloth and I just sort of smile. I wish the best of luck to you all in your personal crafting endeavors.
Thank you.
As long as you are here in the region, you will be the closest, the first in line for proper coinage and payment for your services, as long as you continue to use such manner of trade for your own practices.
No, yeah, I do. At first, before the coins were actually used by the people. Me and my people, we were collecting them. We had a taste for it. We had a taste for gold since before this, but
Oh, did you?
yeah. We had a better taste than the rest of Burger Cash, but you noticed that already. But But it's funny because at first, I see these coins, and I signal like I one of your gold triangles, and I say these coins, I just like put them all together and I mold them into one single thing, and I started to do my craft with them because they're very much they're valued in pounds, and they have very little, I see at the triangle, it's just like a hole, for easy carrying. It's practical. It's practical. I just remember the coins in Bale that my family used to do. My family used to do, thousands of cycles ago. We had more engraving. We had more. It was something that you just didn't melt, for other things. They were of value for themselves. But of course, the good thing is if people understand that of coins, and they don't need to do that. They don't need to do that with this. Oh, just I'm gonna let you know a little insight, something you gotta be careful about. If you want to know, if you want them to be worth more than they are worth of the metal itself, right now I'm sure most people haven't thought about this. I'm sure most people haven't thought, but if you want them to be worth more than the metal itself, you may want to make further inscriptions on the coins, make them harder to reproduce because very very mild knowledge. I wouldn't even say proper knowledge. Being a bit learned in blacksmith, you would easily be able to do this coins. It was great. It was great for you to bring them to our town, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate you having talk to my elder so well of me. It was very good to work for you. I thank you. May you be well. And I say that I look at my elders. They
And
say,
I nod. Then I sort of like loom over a bit. Those that are caught of forgery will be labeled as criminals. And I let that linger a bit. And I
I
look and I
I
like look at you and then I look at the others. And then I like pull back slowly.
I didn't really seem scared at all. And
Criminals will, of course, not be allowed here.
of course, I'm just telling you so that it's easy to catch them.
I understand.
Because an easy shape like this, and you just print it. This you do with very few hours, and just a punch, and I'm just telling you so that you know. That's all. Because you don't know much of, or my mistake if you do, I think you don't know much of blacksmith. And let me tell you, an apprentice in blacksmith wouldn't even know proper blacksmith yet. Well, certainly we wouldn't say I signal at ourselves. We wouldn't say they know. Just like you wouldn't say a child knows of pottery just because he can play with clay. Very simple blacksmithing, and you could do this. I'm just telling you. Of course, people like us, we like the gold for itself. We wouldn't do that. Me, my family, good deal. It's about the good deal. I wouldn't go with forgery. My name has a weight, and it's not for sale for such cheap things. No, I'm just telling you so you know. I thank you very much.
And I nod. And I like pull my attention away as if like dismiss. I don't like wave my hand or anything, but like I pull my way, like I pull away from you and I like start speaking to a servant like, oh, yes. And I begin moving elsewhere in the longhouse. More importantly, I dismiss myself and look for my wife. And as I'm looking for my wife, I go around to some of the other servants that are here, and I ask. Excuse me. Yes, you. You mind gathering
Yes,
the
sir.
rest of the servants? I would like to address all of them. Go at once. Thank you. And I move and I look for I just look for my wife. If she went in the longhouse somewhere, maybe she's retrieving some personal things to bring to the manor house, or
Mm-hmm. You find
that's what
her.
I'm assuming. But
And that is exactly what she's doing. She is making her initial preparations for the move.
so I linger at the doorway a bit, actually having a little bit of degree of stealth to me. I do sort of almost like prowling, like slowly, step into the room, and I linger at the threshold a bit. I just wait for her. Of course, she notices perhaps me, someone else has entered the room, and But like once I know that she knows that I'm there, then I kind of and I turn and I like move elsewhere in the room, almost playfully, like, oh, I have things to retrieve too. In which case I actually do, and I gathered some things for myself, and I say like very nonchalantly as I'm gathering things. No, it was quite a gamble that we had made.
And she responds to you, but kind of like just kind of over, like right out of the periphery, like kind of like over the shoulder, but only just equally playing that coy game of cat and cat in this particular case. She sachets her tale as well in that non-verbal way in which Dawan and indeed most Xi'an do to convey a deeper sense of emotion. Quite pleased and excited is she, as you no doubt are as well to some degree, of what is to come. Yes,
I see that. Go ahead.
I believe it's paying off for us quite well, Azad. We've done so well in such a short time here. Things are at last beginning to change in our favor. People use your gold, not home moves to one more befitting our station.
When you had first looked upon me, what did you think? I know I was a simple Cheyenne from House Rava. Such a low house. It was a gamble for your mother to align us together.
And with that, she turns and and faces you head on as she talks.
I turn to face her and I kind of I'm like strafing a bit, like I'm sort of, as I'm getting things off the desk, I'm just sort of almost still prowling a bit.
I admit I was new to many aspects of this world. Though I served my mother well, and learned much from her, from the matriarchs of my house. There are some things which one must experience themselves before they truly understand their wisdom. I was distressed at the prospect of change, leaving home. I did not know you, but my mother has a keen eye, and I see now the wisdom of her judgment. And she sort of stops herself and kind of like flashes those teeth of hers as well, showing those fangs, which would be almost predatory if they were shown in that fashion to another species. I find her choice to be most agreeable. You
I,
have got
I like slowly, as I get the last of my things, I just slowly, not walk directly at her, but sort of like walking around her, but slowly sort of getting closer. You know that we will have to leave some of the servants here for their own lives. This, of course, I do not wish to upset you for doing so. And I'm like just continue just sort of prowling around her. There's a point where I don't continue going closer, but I take a few steps closer, and I keep sort of circling around her. But as you know, I do bring you danger with my faith. And I do not wish to have such danger traced through me to you.
I knew this would have to be a change. I do not concern myself with it. You should not either.
But it is my duty to concern myself with you. You are my one and only wife in this world, and I will do all that I can to make your time here as pleasant as possible. In fact, you will, I believe, enjoy perhaps a small gift in your honor.
She raises her eyes at that.
Ah, only at the unveiling will you see.
Oh, very well, my husband. I know your faith as you say, offered certain dangers. But we have been given so many opportunities. Opportunities that any house in Karth or elsewhere upon the continent of Milica would pay lifetimes of sums to be in the position we ourselves are. And as the cycles have marched onwards, and as our web of trade, our influence has spread, I see the full breadth of opportunity that yet awaits us. I do not fear danger as part of such opportunity. We will be the ones to grasp that, none else but we. We are more than capable of weathering any storm that these people, in their ignorance, may level against us. Though none has yet happened, anything of significance.
No, they are quite understanding. And I like smile at her like that's a joke, like taking advantage of him kind of thing. Like, oh.
It is easy to be dazzled, and she kind of playfully clinks like a claw against one of your sort of hanging gold trinkets upon your person. And she's quite forward with you.
I draw a big, like as I walk by, she does that playfully, and then I kind of turn away, oh, dramatically, and then I sort of swirl a bit, flourishing my robe a bit, my tail, and then I turn to sort of face her, But for now, we have an opening to attend.
I will choose those of mine who are the most essential. Like she'll choose a couple of her favored servants to.
And I nod at that. As is your right, Nelly.
As you go ahead. Go.
I slowly just sort of leave. I leave her to, because I got my things, I slowly, as I'm moving to the door to leave, I'm, sort of posturing myself. Not like that I just give my back to her, as that would actually be seen as a sign of weakness. But more of like turning just so I have my I'm looking at her sideways kind of thing as I'm moving. And then I turn and then I leave, respecting her sort of female dominance in space in what she has to do here. I don't ask any further, or I don't look around, what else she has or anything like that. It's more just like, okay, and
Yes.
I leave. I leave very sort of quietly and slyly.
As you leave, we leave the Longhouse, and instead follow the lumbering form of Taholix, who holds upon his person something strange which he has not been able to figure out on his own. You are not far from the place in which Nazvog can often be found upon the beach.
Yes, so I lumber through the tiny glades and lightly forested areas of the place as I am walking to that human household. Not wobbling through the forest, but definitely there's some greater imbalance to my footfalls as I with heavy steps walk through the forest. The picture that this stone man is more hunched over forward than previously, as somewhere upon where a human would have its shoulder blades, a greater mass of rock has begun to grow and grow and grow to the point of absorbing to a degree in the shoulders and a good portion of what was a neck before into that mass swelling upon the back, adding somewhere between 200 to maybe even 300 pounds of weight to this creature as it lumbers, and that is very accurate to its walking style through the forest. Now standing somewhere at 7 feet in height. Around its hip it carries arrow quivers, and in one of its hands it has the bow, for it is not fit for transporting upon the back anymore. It doesn't get over there. The string isn't big enough, so it has to carry it in one of its claws now, almost constantly for transportation. But in the right claw there is a clay tablet of mysterious origin, strange scrawlings upon it unknown to Turlix, and it requires translation or deeper understanding to satisfy its curiosity. And it approaches this human household on the edges of the coastline. What does this domicile look like? Give me the dimensions and constructions of it as I approach through the nearby glen.
What? Oh, okay. You want me to describe their house? All right.
Yeah, you can. I'll let you take it. You take it away.
Okay, so this is
some flair here.
Yeah. So this is a pretty average house for this area. I mean, it's a house that's large enough to sustain a average size human family. So a man, three wives, and all the associated children. But it's not large by any means. It's built of the interlocking stone that most of the other houses around here are built of. It's probably of Orcish origin. It's you know the doorway is probably maybe 6.5 feet high. The house itself is probably like 10 or 15 feet long, and then probably about the same going back. Nesbog and some of the women will certainly be outside. We're preparing some of the nets for some of the advancements in their own trade of pearl fishing. And so I'm out there directing them, telling them, no, this is a net to keep things out rather than to capture things. So I'm telling them, we need to keep the particular holes in the net very small. That it doesn't have to be particularly strong. We have to figure out a way so that we can attach it to the wood for posts, etc., etc. The children are all, walking around. Some of the older human children are the women, or the young girls are paying attention, starting to help their mothers, learning how to tie the knots, learning how to bring the rope together to tie it and twist it. But the rest are walking around. Some of the older ones are doing things like, pushing little hoops with sticks along, while the younger children are playing together, yelling. Nazbog's standing, her average 5'3". She has actually some new attire slightly. She has a twine necklace, which has like other little pieces of twine coming down and little seashells hanging off of it. It's mostly for Sanem to reach up and play with when she bends down to pick her up and stuff. She also has a small twine sash that goes around across her chest and around up her back, from which hang little mesh pouches, in which are just little seaborne herbs, maybe some seashells, some earth, things like that. And of course, around her waist, she has her net that glows slightly in black and gray and brown. She says, "Trollocs, what is it? It is good to see you."
And this form comes forth through the glen, probably, unless they have been expecting me or a slight bit used to seeing me, terrifying the children or unnerving the parents, as this 7-foot tall stone creature comes forth in a slow gait towards their home space. With this
some of the children
bulbous, cancerous stone growth upon its back.
I mean, the mothers will clearly know that, all right, this is time to go inside now, and they try to herd their children. But some of the children who are too young to know any better are all they're all looking off at you with big eyes. They're like, wow, it's so cool. What's that thing? And as the mothers are like, no, it's time to go inside. Come, let's go inside. And so I'll pick up Sanem and say, yes, what is it, Trollocs? It is good to see you.
I nod towards you as I come forward. To the degree that there's maybe 7 feet of space between us, as I stop walking, stare at you for 4 seconds, not saying anything before I raise up the right claw, where you can see I am holding a weird-looking stone tablet out of some clayish mass with some light inscriptions upon it, as I show it to you.
Did you make this? It is very nice.
Found it, Longshore.
I have seen things like this. It is not for speech to in this place, if you know what I mean. Yes. Do you know? Do these things mean something? And I'll point to like the little inscriptions because like I don't know, it could just be decorative, but I don't know how to read. If it is writing, I wouldn't know.
Well, Flame Tender, what languages, if any, are upon it that I can understand?
You note Tuhulian characters, however, this is such a small piece that there isn't enough to read. It's a broken piece. As you mended it from even smaller broken pieces, fitted it together. But even this larger piece, maybe about like yay big, something like that. You note there's Tuhulian in there, but it's not enough for you to read anything.
I just point a claw towards certain characters, you know. Tuhulian, tongue of death, I'm making.
I do not know this. It does not say things.
Not enough. Words.
Where you find this? I will look for more.
And I just point to one direction along the shoreline, you know, over there.
It is good. And like I'll like look down and scoop up a spider off the ground, and I say, the craft of this thing you show me, it is hers. I do not know the craft myself, but it comes from this one. And I'll just like like put it on my shoulder or something, like crawl away. I have found something like this. It reminds me of her. If this makes sense to you. If I find some more, I will bring to you, and you shall read it for me.
I nod at that as I look around a bit, for a moment towards the house, my gaze lingering there for 3 seconds before I nod towards you again as I turn around. Almost a sway to the movement as I turn around, almost as if spun around a bit too much there, almost fell over as I regain balance and then start to walk away.
I walk over to you like looking really concerned, and are you okay? I see you have grown much. It is a strange way to grow, if I am correct. I do not know the ways of your peoples.
I look towards you again, having to turn around a bit because, I don't have a proper neck at the moment. So growing strong.
I just kind of like look you up and down and I say, it does not seem so to me, but if you say so, this is I am happy for you.
And I continue to walk away.
Alright, and then I'll call Misha. You come out now. We finish. Yes. Come,
She-
Eleanor.
And she looks out to make sure. She's less concerned about alcoholics now. She's grown used to it, but just making sure it doesn't step on one of her children, or accidentally crush it or fall onto it. And they shuffle out, return to their duties.
I'm sorry for this. It was he when he come, he needs to be treated with immediately. He is not one to wait. When he speak, it means something. So I must take him as he comes.
Well, he hasn't ever done anything ill by us, but I am always nervous he might step on one of the children, so perhaps it's best he's, as you say, dealt with right away. Oh, what is that you
Anyway,
have in your hand?
Oh, this is a thing he found. He bring to show me. It is nice, yes?
Oh,
He is a fan
what
of
is
the arts, yes?
I'm not sure what it is. It looks like a piece of pottery or tablet. Looks like something will fit onto it there. But I don't know what it is, but it's nice. I suppose.
Yes, it is. It is very nice. I appreciate the gift from him to me. It is nice. And I'll just I don't really have anywhere to put it, so I'll just kind of give it to Sanem for right now because I figure what's she gonna do? Then again, no, I definitely won't give it to her because she's about that age where she'll just start throwing things. So no, I will try to make room in no, I'll take the sling and wrap it up in the sling and then put it over on the ground and then say, come on, we must finish this before the moons rise into the sky.
Okay.
We must hurry and finish before.
You're going. That's right. You're going to be there at the Azad's new home is being. It's been finished. All these cycles, 5 cycles, even a little more than that. They started building it even before he arrived.
Yes, I shall go to see this, but the work must be completed
Yes,
first, so that you can.
I know.
So you can have a house great as Azad.
I don't know about that. I don't know what I'd do with such a thing, but
You have many grandchildren. This will many rooms for them.
mm,
It will be good. Surrounded
in
by
time.
family. How could you go wrong with this?
You're right. And she gets back to your instruction of weaving and you've noticed some of the community here have actually started building little walls around their it won't help you, but little walls, almost like some of them have little front areas now with bits of sort of slabs of wood to be used as little small gates. Nothing massive, but that's sort of become a a quirk of this neighborhood, as it were. Your words were met with much interest, but as you continue your weaving and instructing of Misha and the other Hain members of the Hain family, we shift back to Holix, who is lumbering towards the longhouse, and you are let in. You have to duck now into the hall, past the doorway at this point. Azad, you absolutely hear the much louder and ever more foreboding for the for your floor footsteps of Azad as well. But I turn over to you, Dolix.
I look towards, the guardsmen just, doing their job, looking at me really nervously as I simply nod. And when I nod at this point, it is almost like a slight bow to a degree, as again, the neck is not moving as it should do. So as I just walk in, and you can hear the loud creaking of the planks and the floorboard. As I continue to walk in, going with purpose towards the basement area, as I take very long and slow steps down the stairs, maybe like 10 seconds go between each step, as I really don't want to trip over and fall down. And when I get down there, I don't even try to find the resident leader, so to say, or the master of Azad. I simply leave some of my supplies there, but if it shows up and engages in dialogue, I will not stop it. But I just walk slowly down and leave some of my personal affections down in this basement, as I take like one look around for maybe 15 seconds.
You do not see the master, which is not something that has, that has happened before, with greater frequency over the past couple of cycles.
Is the artifact of Nifn scripture down here?
Unless Azad would have moved it elsewhere, I believe that it is.
No, it's there.
Yep.
So I approach where it is standing, perhaps on a barrel on a table somewhere, as I go over and I look upon its stone shape. It was if I remember correctly, it was almost cube shaped, or was it cylindrical, or I knew it had a particular shape.
It was, it was more than just a regular scroll case, right? It was a much wider sort of cylindrical shape. The diameter was much bigger. It wasn't a lid that sort of popped off and the scroll was inside. You could sort of remove the parchment, almost like in a kind of way, if you've ever like measuring tape, right? You can move it; it'll sort of go back. It's not that flat though.
But I do, for a while just go over there and as gingerly as I can with my claws open it slowly. I draw out the scroll very slowly before I know this artifact is of great age, and I do quite so respect age as I draw it out, and just for refreshing my mind and for the practice of it, look at the various scripture upon this scroll, not speaking aloud, but looking at the characters of this dead tongue and read the context of it. Both for continued education to myself of the language and trying to understand what actual context it is within the words.
Yeah, you are at this point quite proficient, not as much as one can be for learning such a dead tongue. Then you are able to open the parchment, and those old faded characters meet your gaze. And sorry, what are you trying to?
Rereading for my own
Oh, okay.
educational purposes and
For sure.
to test myself a bit mental to see what is actually written here. Is it a theological document? Is it just a manuscript of some sort? And if it is theological, for that edification and even to a slight degree, even pleasure, as I find theological descriptions and documents fascinating to read.
Given the amount of time you've spent with this, reading it again, this is indeed a theological artifact of sorts, which makes this thing all the more sort of fascinating, amazing. Not sort of firsthand you get the sense of, but well, give me a theology roll. Let's keep it fair. I'll tell you what I.
$12.
So you get the sense that this is a kind of extrapolation or a descendant work detailing half-remembered and conjectured dogma of Nif. Not really like more of a scholarly work you get the sense of than like a Bible, if that makes sense.
And I continue to look at the words, and for a while it takes my mind somewhere else as I think of Nif, this dead tongue, this exploration of the would-be dogma of this long-dead elder creator, and in my mind I go for and try to draw forth other memories, not for a deep meditative purpose, but to see how far back I can go to see not my maker, my maker's maker, and the maker's maker's maker, and just go further and further back for tiny glimpses of living Nif. But as I try, it doesn't take me that far back. It was so long ago. But I picture myself all this snow and the howling winds of Nifland. One day you will be reforged. The soul simply must be collected from its thief. And I picture in my own mind, with the limited creativity I have, the image of a reborn elder creator finally smithing of the soul done into Hul's forge and let loose upon the world again, as far as my limited mind can picture it. I imagine Ifupum covered in snow, and some ice along the waters, making them safe for people like me to tread upon. And I think on that for not super long, but a good while, as I stare upon these images in some half meditation reverie.
Give me a meditation roll.
Eyes of Ahriman. Gonna be fairly big.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna have double sevens mean something.
25.
Okay. You're pondering this. And you aren't taken back, you're not transported to that ancient time before cycles of when Nif did live and float about the surface of the world. However, you do, as you ponder that, you let your eyes gaze upon the script there. All the pages they sort of fade out for a second, like those eye puzzles. And then you have a thought that, oh, of course, a piece of that clay tablet, much of it was broken off, but no, that has to be this character here. That has to be some letter in this language, this tongue of cold.
At that, almost, spark, that slight stroke of memory of genius, call it what you will, I simply just look up. I need to find. I walk towards the stairs. I have an idea. I need to scour the beaches for further of these tablets. But I do walk up into the lobby and exit again.
Okay. With that, Rajuloth, we return to you. You see Tahalix walk down into the basement. You have work to do to get ready for this opening ceremony. But there's still some time in the day. It is not many hours yet until the ceremony is to begin. It is late afternoon at this point. Thankfully, it should be a good day, as the Thunderbirds have only just passed 4 days ago. The sky was still cast in shadow in their wake for a few days following their stormy rains, which were brought down upon the surface here, giving some extra amount of malleability and into the soil here. It is quite sunny now.
Well, as I go out, I'm saying, yeah, Leo Tundra, go forth. That was the first thing I was thinking. My father always said. My father always said. That's exactly what my father always said. And you can see I'm actually kind of nervous, as these two elders, both of them I have given like 40 cycles. Like both of them have given me each, 40 cycles to instruct me to master the carpentry and the masonry, and being along even, you know, their children. They feel a bit like family. They in this Ferrum tradition that we have as a period of apprenticeship, that you take care of a Ferrum, of a friend, as if it was your own child, as you teach them and feed them. These two, this competitive relationship, you know, one is called Lie Tundrak, the other one is called Rie Mundrak, and one's to full, the other one's to full, and they hate that everyone confuses their names all the time. So they constantly like bicker at each other. But at the same time, they are these Shade Ferrum. There are a few of them in town, and you know, they both, you know, love their own people. Both were at the funeral of my father. Only 5 cycles ago, you know, like yesterday. Only 5 cycles. It's still hard, you know. Still, the wife of one of them cooks for me once every so often, as my mother cooked, and she actually Rajula has noticed that she actually has started cooking him wrong on purpose, and he hasn't corrected her. She must have realized, you know, his mother did this thing different, and she probably realized how my face was different when the red meat was kind of undercooked, and you know, the mushroom was kind of past its point, and I never corrected her, of course, because that would be giving her a bad name. But she noticed, and right now I'm listening to these two elder that I greatly respect, and they're both like, you know, yeah, you know, you did this correct because you listened to what I said about wood. You know, oh yeah, he did. But you know, when he was that masonry, when he was, you know, these two tried to compete with each other, like who had the biggest impact, and I'm like in the middle. I'm like, yeah, I just try to sink in the best that I can. You know, thousands of cycles here and thousands of cycles here, and so
You would say that.
I'm just so happy. I'm happy. I'm talking to these people.
You
on this
would.
Sunday.
Have us back in chains, though, if it would suit you, though.
Who says that?
One of the other elders. To the other elder whom he's bickering with.
Oh.
Well. You be cautious, Rajulov, that you don't follow in the footsteps of your father. He achieved success. People knew his name. Now where is he? Just be careful who you do deals with. This one seems to be helpful enough for the moment, but
Yeah, for the moment.
fancy house is built. Now what?
Yeah, I was wondering precisely that, you know. Well, the first time I met him, you know, we spoke and all. I did, you know, like my father, you know, he thought you know, like a beggar, you know, making laws. I was doing it like my father did, you know. My father did after the advice of your family, right? Just, you know, show them the work, and then they will see. They're gonna think they're gonna think you're nothing first. Then they're gonna see the work, and they're gonna see, oh, he did that all by himself, with no help. How much time? Oh, he knew how to work. Yeah, my family has always been hearing advice from your family. My father, no fear of that, you know. He, and I am, you know, kind of sad. Yeah, you know, there were some mistakes. I just regret he passed on. He still had like 200 more cycles to his life, and there were secrets, you know, that I never got to know from him.
He was a good man. Until the very end. And let you take lessons from him, lad. Take the good
The
things.
good thing is, I still have both of you. None of you, not that I would give any command, you know, to my elder, but please, none of you leave me alone, you know. There, of course, he went out.
Yes.
He went out in a good way, you know. It was some good karmic, but you know, you still have some years to you. You're gonna see your grandsons.
Yes.
And hopefully you'll see mine. Hopefully
Well-
you'll see my sons at least.
See to your work then. make sure final responsibilities are taken care of. Once that's done, the house is fully unveiled. We'll be around if you have need of us.
Yeah, I always have need of. I always have need of you. Goodbye. And he looks at both. Very like, but there's always this like need for approval of his elders. His elders. These people that have lived. Like 5 times what he has lived. Have seen like 5 times. 10 times, 100 times what he has seen. And these people that wear in veil. And he nods, very respectfully. He hides out, both of them and their sons. And he goes immediately like, oh, yep, that's right. I'm gonna go check. He's gonna go check, all the fundamental things before the opening.
Mm-hmm. Then they move their way back towards their homes and their community, small though it may be. And as you travel to are you going to the manor house or are you going to your home? I'm not.
Right now, after the advice that he gave me, he's gonna just go check everything is as it should be. Everything should be fine, but still, this elder gives you advice. You gotta listen to that advice. He got almost 1,000 cycles on him. You gotta listen to that.
Okay, so you go to the manor house.
Yeah, I go and I go and check everything that I think should be most viewable for the people and everything.
And much of it is being tended to. Most of it being taken care of by Azad and Nali's own staff, having some amounts of refreshment put out, and the exterior made presentable. Not that much needs to be done to the home itself, for it is new and very finely constructed. You make sure that everything is in its proper place. There's enough supplies that everything is moving smoothly.
Oops, sorry, you cut it a bit. Can you repeat the very last bit, please?
You're just tending to things, making sure everything's running smoothly. Everything looks to be going as it should be. You move inside, through the corridors, down the stairs. There's still time yet to check upon that last batch of experimentation, of tinkering you had constructed, or not constructed, but attempted. This time...
Right now,
yes.
While I'm very interested in that, right now I'm mostly, very, very anxious. Give me a second. Let me let it out. Very anxious about the soon opening and revealing of all of this. So he's gonna rather opt for even though everything seems fine, be around, talk to the people that are tending to things and going like, oh, okay, everything's good. He has like his finger, just above his belly button. Of course, he has assured everything as it should be, but for reference, like just above his belly button, going like walking, like this, and he's looking very like his face is like this, like if there's anything wrong right now, everything goes to hell. Everything should be right. I'm very good at what I do, and but my elder said that. Maybe he meant something. Maybe he meant something. No, everything should be fine. I'm looking at everything, and I have actually, for this day, with the dust of the rocks and. I have a better clothing, probably my only, very decent, clothes. And I have I've been saving all these, little coins. Give me a second.
Okay. So,
Apologies. Okay, so and I have like a rope around my neck, and
mhm.
they're like these triangles. They're like like
Yeah.
maybe a bit reminiscent of the color that Assad long ago. I don't know if he still has it. Like just to show I got some gold in me. I got some gold. And kind of like putting the gold kind of like hanging from different places.
Okay.
It doesn't, it probably does look like a bit like, not fashionable at all, but he thinks they look good, it's gold. It shines, it shines. You can't make gold look bad. Gold looks good on you, whatever. You can't make gold look bad, yeah? So, yeah.
Okay. So you stand around to be a helper and to make sure everything's going well, and you see people aren't gathering quite like yet, but people who are bringing in supplies. Your comrade, if he can even be called that, Fexa, he has arrived with some of his refreshments to provide the to the people who will be in attendance, and you help him with such things. But everything seems to be going quite smoothly. So as you keep a keen eye towards any sign of disorder, of any thing that has to yet be accomplished, we will return to Azad. Soon it will be the moment of truth, as you think that to yourself. However, as has often been your lot in the 5 cycles you have been here, just as soon as that massive lumbering statue leaves and you hear the squabbling of that strange Ferrum tongue, that jabbering that you can't really understand, as that fades into the distance, you calm yourself and get ready, get presentable, make sure everything is in order. Sir, my apologies to disturb you.
No. Your master is in a good mood, and as should you. What is it?
Kurgan has returned, or has arrived. The latest shipment from Koth has arrived, sir. It's
Good.
He reports more trouble from the Typhon shipwrights. It's taken him nearly a full chain behind schedule to arrive. We are still well stocked. Everything is well in order, but it is
Thank
not
you.
my place.
I have some of the servants to bring in and prep the shipment for travel. We will be bringing it into the stocks of the manor.
As you say, he goes out. Of course, this is an ogre. It is daytime.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to attend to that for sure.
Come, my servants. Yes.
Yeah, they've all assembled.
Is this everyone? And I slowly look at each of them as if I'm counting, and in reality, I actually am counting. But I'm like, and it looks like I went really quickly. But I make a quick eye contact with everyone. Good. Here she is. And I gesture, as Nally comes into view. Your lord and lady have an announcement. Yes, you may sit. Relax, have a drink. There you are. Settle down now. Now, what we have been discussing for some time now. It's a gift made for all those servants that have worked for us. Hopefully your stay with us has not been too bothersome. Everyone sort of laughs. Hmm. But there is a list, and I gesture over to a table. There is a list there with all of your names. Some of your names have a symbol next to them. Those names will be coming with the Lord and Lady to the manor, where you will continue your duties as servants. There you will be given the proper living quarters and new duties for your station. As for those of you that see that their names are not upon this list, or not marked, to this gift we give. I look at Nally, and I look back towards them. This longhouse that we have stayed for these few 5 cycles has treated us well, has it not? Oh, yes, it has, Lord, yes. Those of you that do not bear this symbol, stay here, for this will be your new home. Not permanent, of course, you do not have to make it permanent, but this will be your place of living, where you may work on your crafts, your passions, work hard at them. As we all know, slothfulness is a deadly sin, which none of us here wishes to keep. But keep yourself busy with your craft. Work hard on your passions. Live here as long as you wish. And know that your Lord and Lady are not far. If there is ever a time that you need either of our counsel, feel free to come by the manor, and you will be seen. If you have worries, if you have troubles, be sure to bring it to our attention, and we will do all that we can to remedy such things. As you all know, your stay with us has been as nice as we could possibly afford. And working for my wife and I, we will never forget you, your many days and cycles of service. Let me speak on behalf of all House Rava. We thank you for your service. I look at Nally and she says, yeah, I just look to her like to say something kind of thing.
And she provides a similar speech as yours, spinning it in the most pleasant of ways. And as you first sort of break this announcement to them, there's concerned faces, but as you keep talking and explain things, as Nally talks after you, many of the faces begin to soften. There are still a handful, with worried looks upon their brow. If you can read them just as easily as a book. What's to be done for food, for shelter, well, not shelter, but food, water, some degree of livelihood. But as they have not been dismissed as such yet many of them are human. In fact, all of them are human. They think better to speak their concerns, at least so publicly.
I see some of the worried looks upon your faces, and I look at like one of them. I single one of them out.
When he's like, oh shit, like he tries to wipe that concerned look off his face as quickly as he can. But
Casey Wald, your translations with the siren and your aid in your master's learning of Futashan has been noted. I'll never forget your service.
Thank you.
And that goes for the rest of you. If you find yourself hungry, thirsty, or any of the necessities, do not worry. We all remember where we come from, the city of Ka. Yes, that is correct. This land is very different from Karth. But in time, we'll make it just like home. As long as we all keep to our Karthian ways, your necessities will come. Work hard at your craft, at your passion. And for those of you, perhaps more ambitious than others, I look at some of them like as if they spark them like. If you wish to build upon your own house, your own place of work, of course, your lord and lady may aid you in this. In fact, I wholly anticipate those servants under the lord and lady to be the most ambitious folk in all this land. I have high hopes and expectations for you all, and I'm sure you will fulfill them.
There's lots of murmurs going on. That definitely changes the mood of things, and for the better, at least for you. That's like, it's as if those ideas had not happened upon the minds of everybody present. But so that's so everybody, as you. I don't know if you leave or not. If you do, they'll
I leave and I issue them to look.
Yeah, they'll sort of
their name,
And there's
Oh, I'm going to the manor. Like, oh man.
Yes, there's the ruckus of commotion of who's got the symbol next to their eyes or their names, and there's cries. It's like first day of registration for classes. That's everybody rushes around to see who got what. So there's cries of but that goes on for some time, and conversation still is higher than it normally would be, just given the nature of the day and the with that sort of bomb you dropped upon them. A lot of the people are talking about that, but so that doesn't matter. But your list of people who's coming and who's staying. Is Iowa staying or is she going?
Ava is a Dawan woman, right?
No, she
No,
was
she's the
the human
human woman.
BFF of
Yeah.
Nesbog. Okay.
Well, unless she had shown any sort of particular ambitious qualities, like she actually had a trade or some sort of passion, like maybe she even knows how to read or something. Like that's, uh, that's. I would have let her go, but
Let her go if she's ambitious or if she's
yeah, like if she has an actual craft, if she actually has like a craft that she studied. If not, if if not, then she'll be coming with us. For the most part, our servants are, and also, or mainly like the most pious. People that are really into it. So
Okay.
that's like the main. It's like the main
Okay.
guideline.
So, right. Okay, fair enough. Oh, yes, thank you, Zach. That is indeed Iowa. Okay, so as that occurs, we will switch the scene to you, Nazvog. You have finished much of your net lessons. The sun, Ahura Mazda, has reached its zenith and has now crested over and has begun its slow descent towards the horizon. Still many hours away. It is relatively early afternoon at this point. Yes. But as that happens, you note Iowa coming down the long descending trail road towards the beach where you can always be found in this place. And you can see there's a well, she sort of comes up to you, and if you're doing anything, she'll kind of like interrupt you. Like,
Yeah, I'm just standing there like keeping an eye on everybody, making sure they're tying all their knots correctly and stuff like that. Like just point to them. No, it is not this way. Do not slack. You must keep it. You must keep to the same technique the entire way. It is. You must maintain. Otherwise, the net will come apart. It would be weak.
Nazvog.
Oh, Ewa, it is good to see you. Why are you not preparing for the great ceremony?
It's like quite clear to you. You become extremely close over the past 5 cycles, and you know when she's bothered, when she's truly happy. You can you have that kind of kinship at this point, and
what is wrong?
She's like very upset. Like
it is supposed to be a good day for you. What is wrong?
Sorry,
It is fine. Come, take your time. You tell me, and I switch to Patashin.
Yeah, and what you have taught her, and she speaks not nearly as good as you, but like
she's not Siren, so.
Azad and Ali, they they're taking some of the servants with them to the manor, but not everyone. The rest
Why
can.
is this?
I guess there's not enough room. They're taking.
This is a house twice, 3 times as large as this longhouse. Well, but there is no room.
It was so sudden. He said that they respect and thank us for our service, and they will still be around, but and we can come to them for help if we need it. The rest of us can stay in the longhouse, but that's good. We're left to our own devices, I suppose, but I don't know. I feel sad about it. I don't know what else to do.
You are to stay at the longhouse, and
Well, we don't have to, but it's being given to us, to the rest of the servants.
And what are you to do there?
Practice our crafts. I guess we're not that we're not free, but truly free now to do as we wish. It should be good, but I don't know. I don't know why I feel sad about it. They're not far. They're just
so this
manor house. But
this Nali, this is Zad. They say you, Ewa, Walt, you come with us across the ocean, very far away from your family, far away from your friends, far away from everyone you know. You come all this way, and you will serve us. We will provide for you. And then you get here, you serve them, you take care of them. And then they get their fancy house, they get their mighty mansion. Stand brilliantly. It is a monument to them. They get their monument. Then they say, no, Ewa, you go. You go off now. We are done with you. This is what they say.
I don't think it's quite like that. They didn't
How
angry.
is it then? They take you away from your family. Promise you a livelihood. Promise you a new life. We will provide for you. You provide for us, we provide for you. This is what they say. Yes? They take you far away. You have no friends except for Nesfog and my friends here. You have no family. And they say, go, find your own way now. You have nothing. Go. You can stay in this house that is not good enough for us. This is what they say.
And it's clear she's conflicted about the whole thing, just emotional. It's trying to keep as much composure as she can. You have clearly enough insight in a relationship. It's I don't know. I on the one hand, I am happy, but on the other hand, I'm terribly sad. It's like leaving home all over again, even though I'm the same place I've been, and I'll have more time to be with you and you all. I don't know. I never thought it would be quite this way.
How are you to provide for yourself, huh? How do they give you this? Do they say, oh, Ewa, this is how you can provide for yourself now. Now that you are liberated from our service. Yes, now you are free, so you can provide for yourself. How are you to do this in this town? There are not so many crafts that need to be done that the town can take. Oh, another. How many of these servants did they not take? How many are to live in this longhouse?
About how many?
Not many. Like, there, I had about 20 servants. So maybe 7 of them were left behind.
Yes, 7. So 7 new craftsmen. Yes. Well, do you all have different crafts? Are you all to compete with the craftsmen here? Are your crafts to be the greatest, or you will starve? Is this the way it is to be?
I hope not. No. The Lord and Lady, they said if we needed anything, we could always come to the manor if we had need. They
Oh,
would provide
yes,
for us.
yes, yes. Yes, I am sure. He will give you many things if you come to the manor and you give him something in return. This is how this one works. He does not give. I think you know this.
And she just opens her mouth and then just closes it and then not, I don't know what to say, in this bittersweet moment. It's good or bad depending upon your perspective. I know how to cook. I know how to clean. I know how to weave. I did that back in Karth. It was one of the things I could do. Maybe. Well, surely people always need such people, don't they?
How many people must be needed? How many? Not the people of this town.
And
They
she
are not.
lists off the 7,
Yeah.
and it's Jurgen and Marg and
Yeah, yeah. The
Eshkikan.
the people of this town. They are not like Assad. They do not need like she counts on her fingers 10 pairs of clothes. Yes, they do not need this. They need 2, 3. They put patches on to ensure that they last. They do not need. There is no need for 10 weavers in town to make more clothes for those who have no need for extra clothing. You can work with us. I am sure the Hanes would allow you to help them if you wish to learn to mend the nets, to dye for pearls and such. But this is unacceptable. That they would take you away from your families, from everything you know, cast you out, and say, "Oh, free. Yes, you are free." Freedom comes at a price.
And she's
I will talk to this one.
and she's not emotionally exhausted, but just doesn't want to. Meekly looks down upon the sands and just okay.
And I'll go over and put my arm around her shoulder and I'll say, "It is okay. We will resolve this. I do not wish to upset you. I do not understand why one would treat another this way. Why one would violate their trust. This seems disgusting to me."
I'm sure there's a good reason. I must have just missed it in the
Yes.
as
Oh,
was
yes.
said.
You know who was free like you? Sundam and I. We were liberated. Yes. This was wonderful. This is the greatest thing that ever happened. Yes. We were liberated in a way. Is this a good thing? To be cast away from your friends, from your family? Sure, yes, we find others, but it is not the same. I think you know this. I know this pain that you feel in your heart. It is similar to mine. It is not the same. But I know this. I will talk to this one. See what he has to say for himself. See why he would violate your trust, why he would cast you aside after you put so much faith in him.
She just nods and accepts your hand, around her shoulder, and like just leans into you for some comfort in this confusing situation. She hasn't experienced anything like this.
And yeah, so I'll turn over to Misha and Elenov, and I'll say, Misha, Elenov, Ewa here. She needs to spend some time with us. She needs to help with the weaving. She will not know as much as you right now, but we shall teach her. It will be okay. Please do this for me. I am sorry that I must ask this of you. But she has been cast aside. Is this acceptable?
And she nods. They know Iowa as well.
Yeah. But I mean, we were talking with Fatashin before, so they did not hear the whole thing. Yeah. They just heard an angry siren yelling. So.
Right. Okay. So she goes over.
So yeah, I'll guide her over and say she will show you how to twist the twine so that we can make a strong net.
And like a like a cast out kid in a schoolyard being taken in by a different come play with us and do. This is how you play this game, or what have you. A bit more serious than that, but that kind of air about it is very reminiscent here. But at that, to Holix. It's been some time since you've left the homestead. Where did you say you were headed to?
As I walk from Azad's residence, the Xianden, I walk towards the shoreline and then pick a direction towards that area where I found the previous tablet, and I continue to walk, maybe hoping to find more broken pieces of this artifact that Narfog seemed to have found a piece. Maybe I'll find one more if I scour the area properly. So I walk with my lumbering gait, probably unnerving all the fishers and pearl divers who make their living along the shoreline. I just walk around and stare at them on the ground, at some point even, taking pebbles and are eating them some here. And a question, is there at this place such a thing as low tide and high tide?
I don't think so, because I don't know. I would imagine that is a good question. And I'm going to say no.
So I walk along these shores
Yeah.
and look at the various people here and try to see if I find any more of these tablet fragments, for it has piqued my curiosity, especially so if what I think is correct, that there is both Tuhulian and Niffen written on it. That could be all kinds of important. Maybe not for the immediate situations, but in the long run. And as an Aron, I almost always picture events in the long run.
Okay, give me a perception check. Or are you just looking, like, on the, like, scanning, like?
More or less, unless it's you want me
Okay.
to roll outdoorsman for it or something.
No, perception is what you're doing. Oh,
Whoa.
excellent. Well done.
That's an 8. $26.
Okay. As you're scouring the beach, you're looking side to side, methodically, machine-like. The equal amount of concentration in every single point, with that single-minded focus that you have, like a scanning camera. You see something glimmer, something reflect, something refract. You look to your left, and as sort of the waves pull back and cascade upon the shore and pull back as you look upon this, you note some perhaps metal, perhaps some sort of mineral, some protrusion from within the sands. However, it is about well, you would gauge, you might have to get about the chest deep into the water to get it.
As a creature both enticed and made hungry by various minerals, and being a quite courageous creature as well, I do look upon it glimmering from the shoreline for about 2 minutes before I start my lumbering gait towards it, very slowly of course, and unless the waves are extremely torrential or violent this particular day, they won't knock my almost 1 ton heavy ass about.
Thankfully not, as I did say that the storms had passed recently. Yeah. I am, however, going to ask you to roll in acrobatics on this soft, silty sand in your peg leg and your giant 1-ton form.
What was my penalty for my growth?
I'm gonna say -2.
Then I get a 13.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, you go out there. You reach. You like. Again, like that scene from Ghostbusters, the Statue of Liberty, moving through the ocean. This lumbering form. You move out. Indeed, the water gets higher and higher. And you feel yourself slipping. That peg leg. Thankfully, you're a little bit more buoyant, but it's like sucking you in. But you reach down, and for perhaps a horrifying moment, or perhaps not, you gotta dunk your head underneath the water to reach down and get it out. But
while not terrified, I am extremely uncomfortable with the situation being so deep into the water, for I know I am one slip away from a gruesome end, and I take one long breath as I dive, not dive per se, but almost smash down into the water as I go through the gravel and the silt with my claws, trying to find that shiny bit of something and grab it. And I splash up breaking surface as I drip with water and gunk and look at it.
As you hold it within your hand, you note a kind of that this is indeed some sort of metallic, or is it indeed metallic? It looks almost like translucent, a quartz-like stone, but with some seeming properties of it's as if this sort of stone perhaps has traces of metallic influence within it. Just the way in which it reflects the light gives that sort of indication. You see the structure of the stone sort of running through it, if almost as if the translucency of amber, right? You can see there is a structure, a lattice work to the rock that sort of flows in one direction, like lines or ridges through this opaque stone, which is dull, like a perhaps a piece of thick glass almost, but the way in which it reflects the light, it seems to reflect from within rather than the surface, if that makes sense at all. And it is cut like perhaps a jeweler would cut. There's facets within it, and you note it to be maybe like egg-sized, maybe a little bit larger than that.
I look upon it, find it for maybe 10 straight seconds, finding its construction and appearance a slight bit puzzling. Then I just look down. Oh, I'm still in water. As I begin to wade forth onto the beach, finding more safety, so to say, before I take a longer look at it.
And if you have any grades in blacksmith or jeweler, you may roll.
I have nothing in jeweler, but I have 3 grades in blacksmith.
Okay.
$16.
You're not sure the name, but you think you've heard of a material that matches the description. You're never told what it is or if anything is made out of it. But as you are an individual associated with and keenly interested in theologies and the like, a stone that has some mild connotations with Igvale you have heard before, but it's what it is, if you can make anything out of it, anything beyond that, you're not sure. You read this once in some text that made a reference of it.
Finding it a bit curious. You said it was roughly egg-sized, so fitting between 2 of my claws as I look upon it.
Yeah.
Does it have, the crystal, shape to it, almost 8 side and then going to a point, or is it what
it's
shape?
I know there's a name for this, but like if you imagine, have you seen like gems that are like cut diagonally upon the side? The top is kind of like flat. Like if you were gonna put it in well, this won't come up, but like if I don't know if you can something kind of like that.
Does it look like it has that, like it occurred naturally, or it has been cut?
No, it's been cut.
Yeah, I do have Spelunker if you want me to roll that. Natural occurring crystals and such.
Sure, I'll allow it. It's clearly been cut, but
16.
It has clearly been cut. It is not. You're not sure much beyond that.
Well, I look upon it, so it's a relatively what I assume to be fine cut stone.
Looks it to you.
Egg-sized.
Yeah, for sure. It looks well. What does money mean to you? But it looks nice.
Monetary value doesn't mean anything to me. I do, however, while not having a tongue or some such, I do just for a moment, as I stand on their shoreline after looking at it for like 10 minutes straight, I do, while not eating it, I place it in my mouth to taste it before I just open my mouth and then drop it back into my claw. Just letting it sit there for like for maybe 2 minutes. As it then rolls out of my mouth into my palm again.
It doesn't taste good. It doesn't taste like something natural. Like it doesn't seem like unnatural. But just something is off about it.
I know what salt tastes like, as that is something that is relevant to my theological education. And I notice it's not salt then, okay? Then, as I roll through all of the various options in my almost checklist-based mind. It's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. Okay, but it has this and this and this in characteristics. It's going through my own mental bank of knowledge, just checking what it is and what is not. I do, stroll around in my own memories and such, and wait, Azad. I have seen him wear many jewels, correct?
Every day.
Uh, so then, he should probably know what it is. Now, where is he? Do I know about this big grand opening shindig he is about to throw down?
You probably do, and you probably didn't care at all. But
Until now. Okay, he'll be there. So I palm the gem, and I walk over there.
excellent. All right. So, Azad. Time is nearly upon you. It is time to get your final garmentry ready. Make yourself presentable. And it's about time to go out and meet your public. As you always have to wine and dine a little bit beforehand.
Is it what time of day is it?
At this point, it is like it's the early afternoon.
Okay.
If you would have had it like a particular time.
Yeah, though, because like my Cheyenne sensibilities would want it at night.
Yeah, so it's like about.
But
We'll say it's like about 3:30, 3:45 then.
Yeah, like.
It's approaching dusk.
Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, there's no like, people just started showing up. I gave it a certain time, and so I'm there, right? And I'm just fitting over a nice golden ring with a brilliant sapphire inlaid onto it. A ring that I had made, and as I look at that, I have a flashback memory of that. Of this same ring, except it's in this strange putty attached to a long stick, and I'm there with like another very tweezer-like instrument working, setting in that sapphire, and then taking out another very intricate tool of filing sort of thing, and bending the holdings down, the sapphire, and I'm working away, I'm filing away the corners and whatnot, and I'm spending all this time on this ring, but it is a piece of jewelry not for my own, not for myself, as this is a younger Azad, perhaps not that young, but still a younger Azad, and a bit of a montage. I remember speaking with my mother, a high mother of a non-factor, of a small, dismissible pride, of a house that is low upon the totem pole of Karth. And this ring, which I would give. Of course, my mother should always have that look about her, those expectations she put upon me. But I have this ring, and this ring, this thing that I'm now making for myself, the first act of true compassion that I've ever had in my privileged life. I gave it to, of course, Nali when we had first met, as a token, as a promise, for what things to come, and that same dazzling look that she gave, that ring, that look of envy, that look of wonder. Ah, how I love that look. And as I step out of my carriage, my private carriage, after it is pulled on up to the manor house itself, I step on out, and I already hear the laughter, the poetry, the minstrels. Ah, the priests of Bacchus are here. The other fishermen, the farmers, folk that have never perhaps had a proper Corthian festival. Um, there are singers, there are dancers, there are minstrels, there are people reading poetry. There's a wide array of food, a large buffet available for people. There are armed guards moving about, friendly. Some of them like an ogre with like a tulwar. He's kind of like, he's all big and strong and acting, watchful as his sacred duty. But even these stoic guards can't help but shake from side to side from the sway of the music. The music itself is strange. It's not music of Poom, but a music of Karth, and it sounds a lot of drums, more drums, string instruments, and pipes, and it sounds similar to like an Arabian, actually not Arabian, more like a Persian sort of sound to it. There are instruments. One instrument in particular, which one of my valued servants is playing. She's sitting down she's sitting down on her knees, and the thing is like a long violin-like instrument, like a bulb at the bottom, and she's sort of playing that while there's three other minstrels playing with some drummers and whatnot. And as I step out, of course, my aura commands people's attention, and people can't help but raise their clay cups and their wooden bowls in praise and thanks and celebration, as this is a time for celebration. Surely the wine flows deep. The followers of Bacchus helping me with this celebration, loosening the inhibitions of many of the patrons, as this is a time of celebration. And I step on out, and I walk through the crowd, and I enjoy. I fall into their graces, and I see all of them, the many people, many faces of which I do not know. It don't matter if there's Orc or even Typhon that are here. I don't seem to notice them amongst the crowd as I raise my clawed hand up, and I just sort of silently wave to them all, as if royalty waving the peasants. As I make my way over to my wife, of course, she is already out, and she is nearby the entrance of the manor. And of course, like as I make my way to her, the people, they're not allowed to get close to me. I am a man of the people, but you don't touch me. And I have other servants and guards, they're armed, and they're my bodyguards that are walking with me as I make my way over to my wife. And of course, as I make my way over to my wife, there's like this slight pause, and I like dramatically sort of stop, and I wait for everyone to see the Lord and Lady as the Lord approaches the Lady. And she's standing there all opulent, almost in waiting anticipation, seeing that all the attention is now upon her and I. As I slowly, sort of playfully, swish my tail in her direction, I turn to face her sideways, and I start sort of prowling about her, of course, in the strange sort of courtship that falls into a dance, a very sort of high-class, high-fashion dance, which I approach her not directly, like some human would. No, I sort of, like a tiger, kind of go around, prowl about her. And of course she is familiar with such a game, as this is a game that we have played. But now I begin to get closer and closer, and everyone sees, and everyone's, it's like the spotlight's on us. And as I get closer, I don't get, I get closer, and then I extend my hand to join me, and it's at that point she realizes that this is a join in of a dance, which if she takes my hand or not, don't matter. But she takes my hand.
She does.
As the many eyes of the many people we have to entertain, after all. And she takes my hand. We fall into like a very sort of high end courtly dances. This, in fact, is the first time I've ever danced with her in this way, or in any ways. And we're almost like, our hands are almost like very like we hardly touch each other. It's mostly we're spinning around each other.
It's like one of those things where it's like you have like.
Yeah, like that sort of thing. Now and then our hands will touch and whatnot, but for the most part, it's like a very sort of dancing sort of thing, and that goes on for like a minute, about a minute or so, a little bit less than that, and then at the end, of course, we both bow, and I say, "Thank you all for showing," I say in public, "Thank you all for coming here, this wonderful occasion." Everyone's like, the people that understand me, they're like,
you see many
some satyr is like rocking out too hard. He's like, he's too deep in his cups already.
You see, but you see Cantus there, that trio, the first guests upon your house. They're there. One of your first sort of trade negotiation. Obviously, Kerala is not here to be here. But you see some of those orcs you noted in that strange artist hall, those calligraphers, not all of them, but some of them. Even one of those guards, a satyr of his, always was present around him. Some of the people from the Temple of Bacchus whom you spent the long night with and made your first external trade negotiation with. No Typhons do you see, but several of your servants, of course, who are like not on duty, have come to give support as well and participate in this, as is, of course, only appropriate. Many faces, not all of them, but a lot of them are familiar because you have been out talking to the people, making yourself visible, branding yourself. That fills you with whatever it fills you with. But just a note, many people.
With all their attention, at the end of our dance, I say that thing. Nali and I go up the 6 steps, which raise up to the grand, very tall stone doors made of wood and iron with golden, with these beautiful golden knockers to them, and we go over to this door, the grand entrance to our manor, and I look at her, and I look at her, and it's the intention is too much. I want to continue looking at her, and I there's a moment that I want this actually. I have a moment of I don't want this many people. I don't want these many eyes upon me. I just want to be here. I just want this to be her and mine. But that sort of, I like shake my head, like, and then I turn back to the crowd and I see all the eyes and all the people and the cheers. The some satyrs yelling. It's something in his babbling Sundarian tongue. He starts doing high kicks, and I raise my hand up, and everyone starts getting quiet as Nali raises her hand with me, and as everyone quiets down, I speak. Almost. Like Nali was about to say something, and then like I just start speaking. People from this land, I have come far. I have learned each of your names, and from your livelihoods, I have learned your land. We have come We have learned, and we are grateful for you have accepted us into your community. We thank each and every one of you. Enjoy what we give back, our gifts. But here is where we will live. This is our home. We join you. We join you in your homes. This is a mark upon the many days, the many cycles, the many generations to come. This is the day when the people of Berg Agaz are not forgotten, but are spoken of in grand tones, and I raise my voice, grand tones upon all the lands. They will know that these farmlands had the seeds in them to grow a mighty town, and perhaps the greatest city this world will ever know. We all have this responsibility. You, and you, and you, and I point to the satyr as he's like, and you, you, and us. We all have this responsibility. Enjoying our gifts now. Enjoying this grand opening. But know that our future together will only be that of prosperity and growth for all families, homes, and land. I thank each of you for coming out and seeing this. The festivities will go long into the night, as my wife has proclaimed. The eyes of Ahriman will not silence us this festival, for this is a time of goodness and light. I look up at the sun at that, and I gesture. I like gesture in regard to everyone in Braun sort of gesture. And I turn over to Nellie, and she says a few words as well. But after she says a few words, I step away from her, to one side of the grand doors, and she on the other side. And we both put a hand on each of the, the two knockers, and we pull. It takes a little strength to pull them, but we pull them open. The grand doors open up. And as the doors open up, of course, we see right into the building, into this circular, sort of beautiful masoned lobby, and even further into the building, which looks like to be some sort of atrium courtyard area where there is a lot of. It looks like a jungle, basically. Like a really thick garden just in the middle, just in the middle. Then you can't see beyond that, but it's just like like a big lobby, and then you continue going in, and then just like a wall of foliage of just greenery. As everyone sees that, and my wife and I see that, and then I gesture my hand. I bring my hand out to her. She takes my hand, and the two, Lord and Lady, take their first steps into their new home. As they go, we go into the manor house, and of course the servants behind us close the door. And the minstrels, continue on. The boom, 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 the thunderous, booming sounds of the drums, the flutes, and the voices the satyrs and humans, all folk ring out. Celebratory bliss.
For sure. There's first there's cheers, the best city ever, like, yeah. And it's like, oh, and then go up to the door as they pull open, and there's just like, like it falls silent. It's like the smells and the sights of greenery, of of the outside indoors, totally flooring these people who have not seen anything like that before. And then as you take that step, you cross the threshold with your lady. The band goes up, and there's a huge uproarious cheer from the people, which, as you close the door behind you, even the thick oaken doors cannot drown out the cheers of people and the beating of the drums and the sounds. As you cross that threshold, Nasvog and Taholix arrive upon this scene of revelry. And Rajulath, you see this. Now, the manor house is officially complete.
So did we get there in time to see them go inside?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm pissed right now, so I'm going up to the door, ignoring everything else, and I'm going inside unless somebody tries to stop me. So.
Probably. I can't imagine you wouldn't have people outside, unless you would. I don't know. Probably not, because there's Broncos.
This part of the show is basically, this is Nelly and I. We go in, and this is me showing her the gift, and I'm not going to be in there for the rest of the night, supposedly, okay. But
one of the
No, I go in. I need to speak to them.
Lord and Lady must be alone at the moment. They will return outside.
They will be alone with me and Sanem. This is fine. We know each other. We are not to ruin this house. We need to speak to them. I believe they wish to speak privately.
In time, given specific instructions. I'm sorry. He knows you. Dude, I got special. For something like this, I know, Zod, you'd be given special instructions. You'd be fucking up this. So.
You tell me another way to get in then. This way, you are not in trouble. I get in, I speak to them.
You've already told me. I cannot do that. Give them.
They will not know. This is fine. They will not know. I will not tell them. You think I would betray you? No.
Can you not let them have their moment? This is a great day for all of us.
Yes. What about your friends who do not get to enjoy this day?
And he's looking around all the people cheering I do not see anyone here who is not enjoying the festivities.
Yes, because they must not. They must work now. They must find a way to work, to provide for themselves, because they are not the chosen ones, like you.
Nonsense.
Yes, you have you forgotten them already?
No.
You are a bad friend then. I am sorry.
This goes back and forth. He ain't gonna open the door. On this day.
You tell me how to get in the back door. It will be fine.
Is there even a back door?
Not that he knows of, but there's nature, which is like a big.
Not that he knows of.
You can just climb up and go in through the whole ceiling, which is like a big. I guess it would be like a 10-foot diameter
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't think of like climbing up the
Right.
wall, though. I
He
mean,
probably wouldn't either. To get in there. There's no other way into the home. What is it that's so important?
it is no. You do not care. What
But it
you do?
truly is
Obviously,
important.
this is not something that you are concerned with. You are content. I will understand this. I will leave you now. You enjoy
Mm.
your standing. It is a good job for you. like, and she's gonna go like walk around the house, figure out that okay, I can't see any way to get in, and like, you know,
Yeah. So if
I
anyone
mean,
wants to jump into the
she'll,
scene,
yeah.
you absolutely can.
Eventually, she's gonna look for Rijuloth, but I mean, if you want to run some stuff or talks, that's cool.
Yeah, this is
Right now.
You three can take the scene right now.
Right now, Rajulath would be like first, yeah, okay. Like he's talking to Olex to the others. I can't believe these people. Like, did you notice they just went inside, and then the minstrels were like crazy, and you know how there's a nature. I'm talking in Taholian, like no one fucking knows what the fuck we're saying. I'm saying like, there's this thing, and if I understood correctly, maybe like practically Ahriman can see you both. I don't know if I understood that correctly. Well, and I'm like telling these people how crazy this seems, and they know how crazy this seems. They are probably completely horrified by the custom of leaving everyone in your house, and the ladies seem to have like more importance than the man. What's happening with these people? But then I tell him, oh yeah, I know that's true. I'm gonna do that now. As Tundrak tells me, Leah Tundrak tells me I should go and talk to the people so that they know, see who knows the name in charge for making this place, see who doesn't, see which are the opinions, and yet just make my name also mingle in these festivities so that they may have me in mind, and I'm gonna go do that.
Okay, well, there is a blue bullet coming for you. Um, so, she will say, you there, you Mason, I need to speak with you. Come, we must come outside this area. We will go off where it is quiet. I need to speak. I have important task for you.
In what language are you addressing me?
Intelligence.
Oh, hey! Like, yeah, like, when you address me, I was already like talking to some people.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, come, please come. Don't be shy. Come on.
No. This is important. This is not for party. Come.
Oh, okay. I understand. I'll come. Just give me a second. Just the way to go there. Just the way. I get you. That's important. But, after I say that, I'm probably gonna take like 3 minutes, talking to the people, and then I go, very curious, This woman I've seen, a pair of times. She looks so exotic. She so weird, What suddenly she addresses me. So I'm curious. I'm gonna see if she knows of my name. Maybe she's interested in some building, some secret masonry stuff no one else should know about. Maybe now she has some new wealth that Assad has taught her, maybe she wants to hide it well, and I know ways to do so, and I go towards you. So where are we? Describe to me, where are we?
So I mean, we'll be off just like a little bit closer to the like main town area, just further away, so that it's not like everybody's around listening, and it's not like chaos all around us, so that we can actually like talk. I mean, it's not like super far away because I know you're probably incredibly slow. So she's not gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna walk into the middle of we're gonna walk past outside the town or something like that. But so yeah, she will bend over to you and she will say, my name is Nazfolk. You may have seen me around this place. I know the one who you built this building for. Yes.
Oh, is that, of course.
Yes.
Oh, you know me, the one. It's good that you know my name.
So I come to you because I have a task that must be done by the best of the builders, and this is I hear this is you. You are the best here. See, I speak to Lord Coralla. You know this Coralla, the Oak Knight, or
Of course, everyone must have heard it, and those who haven't, I mean,
yes.
come on.
I speak to him. I say, Coralla, we need wall round town. Easy for bandits to come in. Easy for wolves to come in, attack us. Easy for anyone else. Easy for a troll. I do not know if you hear. There are trolls.
Oh, I hear.
Easy for troll to come in, attack our children, take us. This is not something that is good for town. We must have wall. Coralla said.
You know, I come from Bale. You know, in Bale we have walls. You know, every house is a brick house. Every house is made of stone. You even have some house with some metal in it. You know, yeah, that's definitely. You know, people are already making changes. I know if you haven't seen, you know, people have little walls. Of course, those are not real walls. You know, they're not real walls, but at least they mean well. They're starting to make the shift. It's only been 5 cycles. You know, it's only been 5 cycles, but things are going well. So you're telling me you have a good task, you know. Who?
Yes, I do not know this spell you speak, but he tell me you find someone, you find the best to build this wall. You have them build this wall. I say, yes, I will do this, but he said, do not go to see the Pharaoh. They are greedy. They are no good. I say, are you sure about this? He said, yes, no Pharaoh. I said, oh my.
He said that?
Yes, he does not like the Pharaoh. But I know. I go up, I look at the orcs. Their work is nothing. I go out, I look at the humans. They work hard, yes, but they do not have the knowledge. I say, I need to find the one who can truly build this wall. So I come and I see you, and you build this mansion here. Yes, it is wonderful. It will stand the test of time. So I say to you, you must go, and you must do this. Coralla must not know that you build this. He must believe that it is someone else, or he will come and he will cast the wall asunder. He will say, no wall, because this greedy Pharaoh tried to build it. You must show him that your people can do this, that your people can build this wall. Then he will know.
Okay, what you're asking me is a bit
your name.
far-fetched, you know. I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised he would say such a thing. It's a bit far-fetched. I like a lot of things you're saying, by the way. I like a lot of things you're saying. Well, it's a bit far-fetched, you know.
What is your surprise that the Coralla would be so prejudicial, that he would say these people, they are greedy, these people, they are worthless. No, the orc must go. This is what he said.
Look at it. I mean, already everyone knows that it is. Who's gonna say I'm worthless?
He said he does not say you are worthless. He says you are greedy. He says your people, they follow the gold, they follow the money. They do not know the value of good work. He says the old ways, the orc ways, are the best ways, and the Pharaoh are fallen. I say,
dude, this is the thing with orcs. You know, orcs were made even before the Pharaoh, but of course you obviously seem like someone with good taste. You can see the difference between the things they built and the things we build. Okay, so of course he's gonna say, "Oh yeah, they're greedy." Yeah, but what has you know? He starts learning that. What has his people built? What has his people built? You don't worry about him.
I agree with you.
Title. He has good title. He has a lot of good things going on for him. This town is of New York. That's the reality. Well, a lot of people like you are having the taste, and I know a lot of people are gonna request of me. I've already heard a lot of requests. There are a lot of requests already. But I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're trying to make me think they're not so requests. No, they are. But that doesn't mean we can work. We each go drink some ale and we come to an agreement, and you tell me what would you want me to do? What we can come to an agreement.
I am not one who knows of these things. I do not work with stone. I do not work with wood. I do not build things. I was told to find one to build these. So I go
You
and
know,
I
don't
find
worry.
the
I'll
best
give you a
one.
good deal. I'll give you.
I do
I'll
not.
give
I
you a
have no
good deal.
money. like, like you look at me. Like clearly, I have nothing. like, I work for Oak Knight, but it must be secret until it's complete, as you see, because he would discriminate. This wall must be built. Then he will see. Oh, this Pharaoh, these people, they are good. They are mighty. They are
Look,
paragons of the community. Maybe
I'm gonna
we
give you an
won't.
advice. I'm gonna give you an advice. Be careful. Be careful with the kind of sneaky things you want to do. I understand. You know, I understand. I don't know how much cycles you got to live. I understand you have haste in your mind. Maybe you want to say, "Oh yeah, I know you were prejudiced, and I hired him, and now you know who's right." You maybe you want to say that to him. You know, take my advice. Be careful. You're gonna be sneaky with these orcs. You know, they seem more peaceful of things, but you know, before the humans came, the orc were enslaving my people. You gotta be very careful. You gotta be very careful what you're gonna do underhand of this night. You know, an oak night. That's a very serious thing. I appreciate a lot. You're completely right of who I am and how's my work. But I cannot get involved with these sneaky things. I want my name to be put somewhere where it can be seen by everyone. I want. There's no disrespect to
So
what you intend. Of course, you have better taste. You have better sight. That this person, if it's true what he has said to you, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he changes his mind. But I cannot do these sneaky things. I really appreciate you thinking about me. I must speak with other people. You know, not everyone is as knowledgeable as you. You know about who's
so
who to Mason.
if I
So I
may,
must let them know. I must let them know. This is the night to let them know. Then I'll get more jobs and people are gonna see. They're gonna see. And then if this night doesn't see, okay, there's other people are gonna see. Be careful. Orcs live long. Always be afraid of those who live long because you know you're gonna have grandchildren. I don't know. Well, I don't know you. I don't know how much care you give you to your family, but you're gonna have a grandchildren. And if someone outlives you and he remembers what you did to them, and he's gonna remember. He's gonna look at your grandchildren, and he's still here, and you're no longer here to protect your grandchildren. I thank you for your words. You're one of good taste, but I just give you friendly advice. You know,
so you would
from
have.
people of thousands of cycles, you wanna be sneaky. You wanna do things when people can see you and people can know your worth. I'm sure you're the one who can sing and crap scum. You're one of great worth. You just do good work, let people see it, and then good things will come to you. You have the skills. Good things will come to you. Thank you very much. I must go. I must go. It's
So
my
you
work. Thank you. Thank you very
excuse.
much.
So you would have the orcs build this wall. Have the orcs' names sung throughout the history of this town as the ones who would protect this town, the ones who would save the people. Have the orc Nuchak be the one whose name emblazoned upon the wall as the one who built this. You would say, no, my name is
Almost all
not
the
fit for
time.
this. I am coward. I am not fit for this building of this wall. The orcs must do it because they are the best. I am sorry. I thought you were greater than this. I apologize. You enjoy your party.
Look,
Enjoy your drinks. Yes.
look. I know what I said. I hope you take my advice. Do enjoy the party and be careful. I won't tell anyone what you told me. You know, I won't tell anyone. But be careful with being sneaky. You know, in other time, if you wanna talk, we can talk. Right now, yeah, I got business to attend. All in for everyone
Yes,
to see.
yes, yes.
Nothing sneaky.
Yes,
Be well.
yes, yes. We shall see who remembers your name.
And as I go, I'm like, who remembered my name? Yeah, you already remember my name. I'm thinking to myself, oh, you already remember my name. And I play, you know, I look at one of my golden triangles and see my reflection. I go, you know, yeah, my name's already been spread. Thank you very much. I'm thinking to myself.
All right, then, yeah, I will wander off back to the party and stand impatiently next to the door.
In the many gazes of people, of human men.
Hmm. And Nashvog probably also notices that as you have finished your talk with the greedy Ferrum, a good portion of the group here, or the party, or the dancing masses, are making room for something. But first, maybe you're questioning it, what's that over there? And then you look and you see, oh, it's the Hulix walking in his slow gait through the masses towards the manor house.
Yes, perhaps they will let both of us in to Alex. They say, no, Nazfog, you cannot come in. You cannot come to speak with Azad. It is important that they stay alone. Though you may have important things to say.
I nod towards you as I continue my slow walk up the hill.
Yeah, and so like I mean I'll just stand there like kind of like talking to Senna and like awkwardly waiting as they're in there for however long and no one will let me in. So, and it takes Tahaliks 10 minutes to get over here.
Yeah, people make way for you, for sure. A lot of them know who you are, but
a lot of them
scene.
know, and I assume a lot of them don't know and really don't want to know.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're oblivious to. You're clearly putting a lot of people off with your presence. You're the one. You're one of two people here who aren't happy. Not that you're displeased. You're just what you are.
So the guard in front of the door, is it human, ogre, or Dawan?
Ogre.
It's ogre.
This one is an ogre.
I just walk up to the door, almost, assuming it will let me just walk in.
No, no. The Lord and Lady will return. About an hour. Well, maybe a bit less now. 45 minutes, yeah. Give them their time alone. They left specific instructions not to be disturbed. They will return soon, don't worry. You and Nazvog may speak to the both of them soon.
I look at the ogre servant for like 10 seconds straight, unblinkingly, before I turn around and walk away. He said, an hour. To me, that's nothing. Really, I am a really patient creature. I can wait here for like 48 hours or something without getting bored. So I just walk down into the crowd again. 1 hour, I'll wait that, no problem.
Okay.
As I search out Nazvog again.
Well, I'm right there. I'm like at the door because I am, the inverse of Tahalix's patience, and I am furious that I have to wait at all. Period. So, do you believe this? They say no. You are not allowed to go in. You have private things to say to them. No. You wait. So I will tell them in public. Yes, I will speak to them with my voice that they love to hear so much, and they shall hear what I have to say. All shall hear this, because they say, "Oh, Nazvog, your daughter, you can wait. You can look at these satyrs rubbing themselves upon these humans." You can look at this. you can watch listen to these musicians. You can drink this wine. Yes, that occupy yourselves. We are more important than you. This is what they said to us.
I simply look towards you, my gaze lingering for 10 whole seconds, perfectly still, before I make a gesture for you to look at my right claw, as I show you that gemstone I found.
Okay, I don't really know anything about gems, but I'll look at it. I mean, it looks nice. This is a nice thing. I do not. Is it valuable?
I speak to you in Thraxa. Found it in Leviathan, where I found tablet of clay and words.
My eyes kind of like widen at that because like you went in Leviathan. This is wonderful for you. You have faced your fear. You have gone into the blessed waters of Leviathan and returned. This is good. Yes, and see what Leviathan brings. He brings you mighty the rock. It is very pretty, and perhaps it somehow fits with the other things that we have found. Like I have the tablet with me because I have the sling, so like I'll take it out and like kind of like show it to you and see if like we can like fit it together somehow. I mean, I don't really know.
Yeah, having no idea of crystal and jewelry value and some such, I just hold out the gemstone and let Nashville almost play with it for a while, just curious and observing what she does with it.
Yeah, I don't know how fragile it is, so like I'm like pretty gentle with it as I like kind of slide it around, and then like and then I slide it in, and it seems like it fits pretty well. So this is good. It looks like these are meant to be together. I do not know what it means.
It was in and I look like for a moment, not confused, but don't really know what to use for a word. But then I place my claw slightly above around the collarbone. It was this deep, and you see sides. It is cut. Has been worked upon.
Yes, I see this. It fits in as if it was meant to go in the tablet. But why would someone do this? Why does this thing fit in there? I do not know.
I do not know. The words upon the tablet resemble the gold and death. If I had more pieces, I could read it.
I may be able to bring mine. You can compare the two, but this will be later. Not now.
Later then.
All right, and I'll like wrap the now put together piece of the tablet up back in the sling and just kind of like tuck it away. You see, what do you need to speak to Azad about?
What stone is?
This is good. Yes, we shall speak to him. We shall let us go again. We shall talk to them. Say, it is very important, even more important than before. Perhaps they will listen to this.
They be in their farm.
This is too long. This is too much time. We must go in and speak.
I look upon you in confusion. Almost, with your great grades of insight, you'll see the confusion on my face. Hour? What? That's nothing.
Do you? It is. We must keep make use of all our time. Yes, we must go and speak to him so that we can discover this mystery right now. Yeah, and I'll just stomp on up and try to work over the guard again. I mean, obviously it's not gonna work, but
And as you do so, you try for the second time to get in. We shift the scene to within the manor house. As Azad, you may take the scene and explain your gift that you offer, and describe the interior of your opulent, luxurious manor house.
As we first walked in, the doors closed behind us. Our feet were met by polished marble, stone with beautiful mosaic depictions, just abstract colors of darks and lights. As we hear those distant sounds of the drums, the many voices of the people, as we feel the breeze that this area of the manor gives. I bring her into the first sort of lobby area, and we both pause and look around, just reveling in our own what we have done. Never mind the many workers that. No. In this moment, it's just us. This is what we've made. We've made this with our own hands. As we look at all the walls and then the floor and all the stonework, and I mean, I have no idea. I have no masonry skill. It all looks good. And I continue sort of gesturing. I held her hand as we walked in, but I let her hand go as I sort of, as we pause in that sort of circular lobby area. There's that central door that had been left open purposely. There are two other doors, but there's one door that is left open to that junglescape. And I turned to her sort of slyly, and I sort of hit her with my tail, like her ankle with my tail, as I with a sudden sort of playfulness, I run into into that area, sort of like almost a game of tag, and I hit her and I run on in.
In her eyes, you catch in the last bit the flash with that, there's that air of civility, but you are both cats, you are both felines, and the chase is irresistible for any of your species, especially in this context.
So it's like this strange, playful, yet aggressive type of chasing and hiding. As I run on into the junglescape lobby. Of course, when you leave that lobby, you enter into this courtyard where it's there's no ceiling above, just like an open-faced courtyard, and there are pillars around the perimeter of this junglescape. And I run into the jungle, and of course there are large leaves. These are exported plants from Hearth itself. These are this cost a lot, but this is the garden of the manor. or at least one of them. And I run on in, and of course she may actually only have, like, I'm not really that athletic, I'm not really that quick, so she might, like, you tell me if she's able to just keep catching me and finding me easier.
She definitely does, but she's clearly, you've taken her by surprise, and is, when she does catch you, it's quite evident for one of your skills. She's loving the game, and, like, even if she can get you, like, right off the bat, whether she can or can't is difficult to tell, but she definitely probably could outmatch you, but the game is too good to let it end so quickly. So
we run around in this area, and I seem to forget that my clothing is getting dirty. Some of it is getting caught in some of the twigs and the other leaves. It's getting all wet. But no, all of those things that would otherwise bother me, and perhaps even infuriate me, that's gone. And what is more sort of playful, sort of prowling, bestial type of Azad is here in this scene. As I move about and I crouch into the dirt and the grass, and I, like, plant my hand, and I'm walking on all fours as I slowly sort of prowl, and then slowly, like, her head comes into the foliage, just like, oh, she found me, and I kind of I make, like, a growling sort of sound at her, and she sort of makes that, like, a deep tiger sort of growl, as if to say, now get me, and of course she disappears, and I get up and I go to find her, and it takes me a little bit longer to find her, but eventually I do, and as I do, it's like she's on the ground and she's sort of prowling all just covered in all the large leaves and the foliage, and, like, she's moving through that, sort of crawling and moving about, very slowly moving, almost, and then she, like, stops still, and then as she realizes the golden eyes peering at her from the shadows from the foliage, and then I pull my head out, and pushing past the leaves and the other foliage. Oh, I found her. And then I gesture ahead of us, and I slowly begin to rise up, as if the game is nearing its end. But I run off as she chases after me. She gets up into a sprint. The sounds of, like, this growling sort of bursts of tiger-like sounds are heard in this junglescape. For a moment, we both feel that we are back home, as we break out into this opening. Although it's not that big of an opening, it's a shrine within the foliage. A tall spire-like shrine with a big basin at the bottom. It is made of wood, and it is a sculpture of a woman of a Dawan woman, of course, in Nali's likeness, and it is. Once she sees it, it's quite obvious to her that it is in remembrance to her and to Shai itself. But amongst the foliage and whatnot, it's there, and she sees me as she bursts out of the foliage. She sees me standing next to that, and I'm quietly. I already have a lit, prepared. Everything's all prepared. A lit sort of torch from a nearby small iron brazier, and I light the central light. I just because this is the first time I've really done this. So I just have the torch, and I just sort of throw it into the basin, like, okay, now catch fire. It's all been, like, the little pyre's been, and it's small. It's like the size of a campfire. It's not a big thing. It's all prepared and everything, and just kind of like, and I throw it there, and it starts lighting up. And as it lights up, of course, in here in this jungle, in this place, it is a bit darker. And I look at her, and and I bow and sort of like, here's my gift to you. And I walk, and I take a few steps back away from her. As the almost the submissive person in this sort of relationship in our society. I just sort of step back and let her revel in this.
No words are said, no words are spoken. She rushes in and sees this scene, this gift, this likeness of her and she, of mortal and divine, this sign, this gift, this symbol, as you light it, as the fire illuminates and crackles against the lights, the leaves, big ferns and palm fronds and such things, and thick foliage, dense with humidity and moisture, the smell of earth and leaves, and now the crackling smell of fire. It's, as you say, exactly like being home just for a moment. And she takes a moment and looks at the area around her. So dense is this garden that you can see in her eyes, like her mouth slightly agape for a brief second. She feels it too, transported. Then snaps back as you stand back, approaches the statue, the basin, runs her clawed fingers against it gently, says a brief few words, perhaps a prayer under her breath, half a growl, half spoken word, then comes over to you and approaches you. And it is not you, but she who now moves stalkingly, not coming upon you directly, circling you, but leaning in forward. You can see her nostrils flare. And here, the inhalation of breath.
And as I watch, I'm standing and I raise up my chin a bit and I sort of show, as if I were her servant, as if I were something to be on display. As I'm showing, I just start taking off my robe to show my stripes and my fur, as I am for a moment, at least in this moment, lost in I'm back in the wild, I'm not even in the city of Karth. I've never even been I've never even been in the jungles of Shai, but I've heard
as
so many things.
As you slowly do that, she bridges that gap between you, in just a single sort of step, is right up on your face, and you can feel, at least upon her, I don't know what you're feeling, but the flames of passion and the beast upon her, and she gets right up on you and breathes deeply of your scent, sort of moves slightly with those predator's teeth, tug just so slightly upon your cat ears, and begins to disrobe herself.
And of course, I'm not speaking any more language. It's just sort of like a bestial sort of sort of sound as I put my head on her neck, and I sort of rub my head up against it a bit, and as we begin to lock in this embrace in this fake jungle.
And it is in that moment you don't realize the stopping of the music, but you do hear the scream. So we shift the scene outside. Nazvog and Taholix, Rajulov, and the rest of the revelers here in this wondrous occasion, arguing over how best and when to get in to this manner to meet with Azad. At least, Nazvog, your emotions are roiling, of course. And it's at that moment you see one of the revelers, that one satyr who's like, really living up the party. You see, he's going to the music, and he's like, you see his eyes go wide. And Nazvog, you notice before any others. You all see this. See some sort of spine or thorn as he falls face forward into the rush of the crowd of people. A long, thin, pointed piece, some sort of spine, as if from an anglerfish or an urchin. You know these. And as you recognize that weapon, the weapon of your people, you hear the screams, and you see, Tolix, you certainly see, a tide of sirens rushing up from the beach. Dikembes in hand, slings, siren weapons which hurl almost like atlatls, hurling spines of great sea creatures. Use the animal's poison to incapacitate immediately. And we will roll reactions.
Whoa, that's gonna be a big one.
Same here. Not as big as mine.
28.
30.
Not one to be outdone. Okay.
Actually, that's probably not correct, but it's close enough. So are they coming from like away from the town? Like, are they like? Where are they in relation to the town? Because that's like gonna be super important to me.
So they are a bit. So there's a group sort of coming to where you are. You can see. You Taholics can see far better, but you all notice there are other sort of groups, like bands, further south down the coast, like moving towards. So like if you imagine you're at the northeastern part of town, the shore is on the east. Yeah, let me just. Yeah, I think the volume is it's individual. Like I don't think I can lower it for you. Um, what was I saying? So yes, there's a group coming towards you, but there's also a few other groups further down the coast that look like they're rushing towards the town rather than you.
Okay.
And there's only a few ways to get up. They're like following there's only a couple like trails down the escarpment to the beach. You know what I mean?
hmm
It's all good.
Okay, so I assume I'm going first.
Yes, you do. What did Ridgeloff get? You are muted. You're still muted.
Just a 10.
Just a 10? Okay. So yeah, so it's going to be you. The sirens will go last.
Okay. So first of all, I'm pissed because like I had a plan for this, but we're not anywhere near the beach to actually enact my plan. So I can't deal with that. But yeah, so I would call out to Tolix. Tolix, I know you are good with your bow. You must protect these. I must go back down to the town. I must go see the Haines, make sure they are safe. And like I'm gonna scoop up Sanem and just go.
Okay.
Like I don't care about this asshole's house. Like,
Okay.
he won't let me in. Like, I can burn it down or whatever.
Fair enough. Alex.
How far away are the sirens from the general crowd where I've been? While I have not been central to the celebration, I have been somewhere inside of it. Not
Yeah, you're not
dancing
far
in
away
front of-
from like the satyr you went down and just like
Hmm.
they're about 60 feet away from you.
Okay, so how far? Okay, so they're coming that way. I simply look up, and then I hear Nashvog say that she gotta go save people over there somewhere. And I just look up at this satyr from a distance, first thinking, wait, these are your people, aren't? Why are you? And then I see. Do I notice any contamination upon them?
Do you get that for free or do you have to roll anything?
No, that's just I think that's just an normal action or
Okay.
accelerated action for me to sense.
You do.
If they are within line of sight.
Yes. And you do.
That changes my mood entirely as I sense horrid contamination and I walk towards them with purpose.
Alright. You in your extra lumbering gait, you sense the presence of taint upon many of these, if not all of these individuals who rush forth with absolute rage on their faces. Their mouths agape, their rows of shark teeth you can see, and you alone can see, given your. Sorry, it's not quite nighttime. I thought it was nighttime for a second, but it's about dusk right now. Yeah, you see that they're just rushing forward. Some of the outlying crowds of people. You see Dikembes being just slammed into humans, satyrs, orcs. The crack of bone and the squelching noise of the concussive force and shredding implements upon flesh. That is the scene you see. You move forward. Are you gonna? Is that all you're going to do?
I intend to engage the first I reach.
Okay, so you are one step above stationary. So you start to move. Razulov.
Wow. Okay. So basically, like we're in party mode, and suddenly, like some Dokimbis started piercing people, and people start running, and then this is what's happening, basically, right?
You have no idea what these things are. They all look like
I
Nazgûl.
know they look like some impaling things. I'm saying
Yeah.
it like, as a player because
She's
I
the
know.
first siren you've ever seen.
Yeah, surely. Like okay, I'm seeing these things, pierce through these people, and it's like, what's happening? What? And I'm completely, like bedazzled, like I look at that and I'm like, look, like it takes me a moment to react, but then like okay, like I see most people fleeing. I understood there were some guards. I saw the gargoyle. I had already heard stories of these
Oh yeah,
people
for
being
sure.
guarded. I saw the gargoyle like going towards action. Are there guards, going towards action?
Yeah, there's certainly that ogre, and there
Okay.
are others, on point here. Dawans,
Did
mainly
anyone?
Dawans and
Did I
ogres,
saw anyone?
guards.
Did I saw anyone telling Assad going towards the
No,
house?
Azad's long in the house. He was in the house like half an hour ago.
I know, but but the party is like outside his house, or
No.
isn't it?
This is like the split second after this happened, so everyone's just reacting right now.
I know. I'm asking you what's the party. We are outside the house. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
Yes.
you're outside
Okay.
the house.
So my first is like, my reaction is a late one, but then I think like, okay, like that guy is inside. He has no idea. So I actually go towards the house.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Because
you
you're
see
telling me
that
the
ogre.
guard that was on the door, he went towards the action.
Well, he's still. He's
That's really-
getting ready to do something. So he's like he turns his
okay,
head
then-
and he sees this this thing and this chaos erupt and he
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so he's now already fled. Okay, I'm actually something that probably no one would expect, even the firm that were with me, is that right now what I think something my father always said, and I just take out my hammer and I look at these people and I'm thinking, I have built this thing and I'm going to fight for it. And I'm gonna run with my little, hammer,
right,
with
boy.
my hammer of a builder,
All right,
And there's
so
this. I'm gonna. I assume no one's gonna be at my range yet, but I'm gonna run.
you can't get there, but oh boy, can we? So, you both run. Toholix, you take like 2 steps. Towards the this most of the crowd, but not everyone sort of like just like flees in terror. As they're completely not expecting this at all. Make me defense rolls to Holix and Rajulov.
11.
Okay. I don't know what Rajulov got, but yeah. So yeah. So you one of those spines goes right over your shoulder, Holix. You completely unconcerned, no doubt, by its presence there. No one has sort of arrived to engage you any closer, as there is a sea of people between you and them, and which many of the Siren Raiders do indeed meet as they break as waves upon a shore and bring down pain and death upon many of them, hacking to pieces the sort of the first row of people in their wake. What did you get, Rajulov?
I get 16.
Okay, so same with you. Another one of those spines goes over your small Ferrum head, perhaps aiming for that ogre or for someone else taller than you are. Nazvog, you
Okay, so it doesn't hit me. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I assume you continue to run.
Yeah,
I definitely do.
I can work
like,
my 17
that
speed.
thing,
Like,
that. Sorry.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
with your
like-
17
Flies
speed,
off,
yeah,
like
you're
flies
right
over
over
my
the
head,
top.
and I'm like, I'm like, and I like just run, faster. I'm like, I'm already, feeling the fear. First it was like, the sheer, these are my walls, and then that was like, that was my head, but I'm still running.
Yeah, so Nazvog, with your massive speed and the adrenaline pumping through you, you know what's coming.
yeah.
You know
So
what-
I'm heading
You
over
make it
to
to the
the Hain
longhouse.
house. What's that?
You can make it to the longhouse.
Okay. So yeah, I call out to them. Hey, what? Misha, everyone. Raiders come. We must protect ourselves. Get the children inside.
They move. I mean,
I'm sure they can probably hear them. Are these
well,
sirens quiet?
so Misha and the Hain family are on the beach.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm loud. I'm loud as hell. So I'm
So
going to
you're
yell.
gonna have to run into the
Well-
fray to get to them.
Okay, well,
I-
yeah, but I mean, I'm yelling as I'm running. Like, I'm a siren, so I assume that they can hear me. And I assume that they can see the sirens coming at them.
Yeah. I mean, so here's so you're by the manor house, right?
Yes.
So the manor house.
Or no,
Yes.
I'm at their house, whatever.
So here's
Okay.
how. Sorry, I might have So the manor house and the rest of the town are sort of above the beach.
Yeah.
The Hain family their house is sort of like below the escarpment.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the sirens have already crested the hill. They already would have passed the Hain household,
Okay.
which
Okay.
is
Well, then, yeah, then I'm. What?
which is probably terrifying.
Yeah.
Because your daughter's there too.
Well, no, she's with me, but
Oh,
like,
okay, sorry.
everybody else is. I mean, I was taking her with me.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, well, I'm taking her down to like go run in and see what I can find with.
So
all
you're
these
going to
people.
have to run against the oncoming. The sirens
Yeah.
are coming this way. You're coming this way. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
I will. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do my best to avoid them. I'm because obviously I don't even have the sling for Sanem because I'm using it to hold this other thing. So I'm like holding
Yeah.
Sanem to each. Like the side as I'm like dodging, Dokindi swinging at me, and trying to cut through and dodge, trying to head down because
All right.
clearly I don't see they're being carried by anybody up here, and why would they take them up here? Like I'm going down to.
Yeah, you run
Yeah.
forward and you see flashes of confusion from the sirens. They don't, in the fracas of what's going on. You're a siren. Why would you be an attacker? Why would they even think to attack you? You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean? You rush forward. So with your 17 strength, you can sort of reach the edge of the escarpment, and you see people, like in utter chaos down there. Some are fighting for their lives. Some are being butchered on the sand, staining it red. Orc, human. You see the Hain household.
Okay.
You see many of them. You can't make out who, but people running about, spines and such things being hurled from the depths as more and more of these sirens are running out of the water. Just, like D-Day, going up the beach, up the road. So,
Okay, I assume I'm done with my turn then.
yes.
Yeah.
And we will okay, great. So, Taholix, you are next. And then it'll be Azad's
Are there
first
any
turn.
sirens within my reach?
Your arm's reach or your bow's reach?
Well, my bow is in Assad's basement.
Oh, you left. Okay. No.
So I am continuing to, lumbering through the masses of people. These bone atlatl spears and shivs being thrown into the air, some above me, some, hitting maybe on my horn, on my shoulder. Their bones, they either break or you fly away at another direction when they hit me. Their slight pointed edges don't penetrate my rocky hide as my 7-foot form keeps walking and advancing forward, fearless. And a drive, a need inside of me feels I need to destroy and put an end to the contamination I feel. The taint cannot spread, and I will hem its advance.
Azad, you and Nali, you hear that first scream, and then a cacophony of screams, and the yell of sort of a berserker cry from outside the walls. So loud is the commotion that you can hear it even within the sturdy walls of your manor.
And I know how to speak Vatashan now, so I recognize that perhaps as some sort of...
So you probably can't make out words, but you get the intent.
Yeah. So we're deep in our embrace, and we're in the foliage, and it's great. Then we there's that moment, I completely don't, that first scream that's slow. People are cheering, okay, whatever. But then the screams continue, and I'm like, my ears go down. Suddenly my eyes, I'm like,
And then you hear that roar of that ogre, those ogres sort of service, and that ain't no fun time ogre sound.
Then I look, I look at Nali, and then I start getting up with me now.
When she gets up to like a tiger, fur sort of out, ears up.
Fur stands up. Yeah, I get up and I don't go to the door. No, I take her by the hand and I get up and I pick her up and we start running the other way. Quickly now. To the upper floor. We'll see what is going on.
Well, you get there and you see what has been described.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And you note, as this happens, I don't know what you expected Nali's reaction to be, but at least in this moment, you see the hackles are raised. Those claws are out, for sure. And there is a fear in her eyes. There's the rage of a tiger in her at this affront, this disruption to both your moment, your personal moment, and the moment that this whole thing represented. But
yeah, I'll actually say that we probably don't reach it within maybe another 3 rounds, because it's a pretty big place. And
okay, fair enough.
So,
well, you still notice that about her.
Yeah, and
but, okay, so we'll.
I too am very agitated, and sort of, but I'm more sort of. I don't want any harm to be done to her, so
For sure.
I keep a bit more of a level head, but than perhaps her. But we're running through the manor, making our way to the balcony, which is we go up a flight of stairs.
Okay, so right now I'm gonna assume I'm still no one's in reach, but I'm running towards them. I'm scared for the weapons that are flying around me. I'm half of me doesn't know why I'm doing this, but the other half knows exactly why I'm doing this. And right now I'm thinking to myself, I know why. My mother's rat meat wasn't cooked just right. My father told me. My uncle, Erasus Joloth, Ugatha, fallen in the Battle of Baal. Ravram Konsel, Ugatha,
fallen in the battle of Baal against the humans. And my father always, maybe I could not taste the good meat when it was cooked. Maybe that was before I was able to savor it, but I could taste that. I could taste the alcohol spat in my face by my father. I could taste it while he said, "You know why? You know why I fled from Baal," he said. He said, "Because I have to teach my first elder son this bloody engraving of our family that haven't been worth a thing since now a good time. That's why I fled from Baal. And now you better do something with it," he said. "You better do something with it. I'm no coward." And I could feel the doubt in the breath of alcohol. I could feel the doubt. I have the doubt. I have the fear. But I'm no coward. Yugatha, we fought. We fought on the Civil War, and my father was no coward, even if he didn't know. And I'm no coward. I'm thinking this afraid, but at the same time determined. Those are my walls. I am here. I'm alive. I won't flee from this. And I'm gonna make a name for myself. Right here, right now. I won't let them or anyone take it from me. I think while
Right.
I, run towards whatever.
Yeah,
first
sure. So you
enemy
can
catch.
run up towards somebody at this point. Yeah. So if you would like to
Okay.
make an attack roll, you absolutely may.
Okay, let's try. Let's go. And that's okay. That's 12 plus. Oh, nice. That's a 20.
Okay, so describe what happens.
Great. I describe what?
What happens?
Okay. So So there's one of these sirens coming at me. I'm gonna assume this one's a male. It looks quite different from the female. It looks completely horrid with the teeth. I shriek only by the sight of it. Because these one have their weapon. That weapon just flew. Just above my head. Almost cutting my well-groomed hair. And he has the weapon, like he's about to fling it towards me, but at the same time, I'm not a soldier. I can't, I'm afraid, I don't just, fling it to his face. I go with all my strength, with the strength of that hammer that has beaten so much steel, beaten so much iron, so much metal, so much rock, with the strength of that hammer, I go directly towards that knee, and if it was the punch of a tool on my blacksmithing, or my forge, or my anvil, I just completely crack the fuck out of that leg, and it's a horrid sight, and I see it, and I'm disgusted by the sight. It's like, like the blood comes out, and I'm splattered with the blood. This was my good dress, the splatter of the blood. I can taste it in my mouth. Of blood. This guy is alive. He's still alive, but he has, he just dropped the weapon in sheer fucking pain. His leg is completely fucked up, and he's alive, and I get back down a bit. He's clearly out of commission, and he seems to go unconscious, maybe dead. And I'm thinking, oh, I look at my hammer with blood. The hammer meant to do crafts, not the hammer meant to fight. And I look at the field, and I think, you will be proud of me, father. You will be proud. You will be proud. And I run towards the next one, still afraid, still with all this emotion, all this shock. And I'm gonna, run towards the next enemy, trying to defend my walls, defend my building. May not be in my ownership, but it certainly has my name all over it.
Yes. And as the siren horde comes closer, these raiding parties, much of the people pull back either in fear or just to get distance between, as that sea of people part away from you, Taholix, and even from you, Rajuloth, as they keep running. at a full sprint, and I want you both to make me defense rolls.
$11.
I think I accidentally rolled 4 dice. I should just like roll again.
Take
right?
the first 2.
Okay. Oh no, these were the first. Okay, it's a 1 and a 7, I think. Yes, the 1 and the 7. So that's gonna be a straight 7 in defense. No, that's 11 in defense.
If the flame tender will allow, because me and Radulov are so close, proximity-wise, I will take his attack roll onto me, for I have a thing to break out here in the scene.
Okay, if Tolix would use it, you may do so.
Yes.
You will take two hits, as two. Well, I'll let you describe it, but 2 attacks by these strange clubs with shark teeth.
As I see you coming near, I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and when I see these monsters, of course, I see you as a friend, but right now you're the monster, you're the guardian, you're the warrior, you have this hulking thing, and it's like, whoa, and I like stumble steps back as I see you, take the blows. You may.
All right, give me one moment.
As the second attack, just take that on my static defense roll. I don't even care about trying to evade that one. But as there comes another fling of a bone atlatl towards me. It might graze my shoulder, but not heavily injure me. But I see Radulov in his bravery and pride trying to defend something. I haven't asked him, I haven't questioned him, but he is here, he is brave, he is on the front line, and he just smacked and crushed a siren's kneecap open, and it fell up down. But they attack him now, and he is close to me, and in a momentary need to help and defend, there is, for everyone around us, a sudden explosion of sound as a dust cloud around me, Radulov, and perhaps the 3 closest to us emerge forth. Dust fills the surrounding area, up to perhaps 7-foot high tall clouds. The sight of people becomes hindered and clouded. I don't really know what to see. For Radulov, your vision is darkened and black. Everything around you is shaded and covered. You're unsure what you're looking at exactly. But in front of you, quickly afterwards, if perhaps a 2-second delay, you see a slight silvery glow on 2 points, the eyes of Turlix, as they light up the cracks upon my face, shimmering slightly as they go down towards what would be my collarbone, upon my chest, and they spread out almost like a dome-shaped structure around you. You see slight silvery glowing cracks. For those outside, beyond this domed defense of Radulov, they see a slight white fire over this 7-foot tall dust cloud, and as it dissipates, they see what they would consider to be almost, a boulder in construction, but then it begins to move. You see Radulov's 2 silvery eyes looking upon you with these cracked wings spreading over you slowly, made of stone. There are constructions somewhere between bat-like and draconic, the cracks upon them burning with white fire resembling the membrane of bat wings as they spread tall above. With them counted, I stand perhaps 12 foot tall. As I rise from the blow I shielded you from with my new wings, and I stand burning in silvery black flames, looking upon my contaminated enemies. and I roar for combat. As I intimidate my opponents, as I burn in silvery white fire.
You go for it, baby.
That is a 15 on intimidate everyone around me as I burn and spread my wings.
As you do that, you know they bring their Dikembes upon your rocky high. They still, you block the wound, but as the two who are upon you and Rajul are pelted by shrapnel, pieces of granite and stone flung off as you shed much of that cumbersome weight, like the wings like fling them off like slings, firing little pieces of flechettes with stings upon their faces. The two upon you like drop their Dikembes in total, absolute terror, as they have never seen a creature like this, nor has anyone in this horde. And the tide, at least like approaching you, like stops for like a round, just like that total rage within their eyes. That fire goes out for a brief second as you erupt into this winged stone statue and roar in an unearthly manner, like
And
the
the
stone
roar
itself.
I let loose is somewhere between, the signal horn of a cruise liner and the roar of a lion. As it echoes and resounds amongst the people around me, as I burn in this silvery black flame from my waist up to my wings, as they
So-
spread tall.
So Nazvog, you hear this. And it is your turn.
Yeah. So I briefly look back over there, and then I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, I gotta focus on this. So what do I like? I'm up at the top of the hill. What am I seeing? Because I assume I have
More sirens are coming up. And
What are the sirens that are doing stuff to the people on the beach? What is going on with that?
What are the sirens doing?
Yes.
They're trying to kill everybody.
Okay, are
They're
they
just trying to murder
they-
everybody.
victimizing children directly?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Alright.
It looks to you like, so for you and you alone, this does not look like raiding party behavior.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
looks like a massacre.
Okay.
And you see a
Alright.
group that are rushing towards the Hain house.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna rush down there, and I'm gonna attempt to intimidate them into stopping, because I know this isn't normal raiding party behavior, but I don't actually want to throw down with all these guys. So well, let's roll first before we describe anything and see how badly I do. Okay.
No one has caught wise to your not being.
Yeah. So I get +2 to this because of my Defender of the Innocent
Right.
advantage.
Mhm.
So that's 8 and 20.
What are you trying to do?
Intimidate the sirens that are around here into fucking off, because
All right. Go.
I don't want to
describe.
actually have because I cannot take on 20
Right, yeah, describe it.
20 sirens. So I say
It's a bit of a cacophony as you have to speak over
Yeah.
other sirens.
yeah.
You have to,
But
with that roll.
I got that 20. So I say, you know this is wrong. Do not do this thing. You go back. You return to the village. You think about what you have done. This is wrong. This is not Fatash's way. These people They have nothing to steal. You go. Or you shall deal with all of us together. This is not something that you wish. You wish to live.
As that, you like, that sound of Taholics behind as you're illuminated by the flames of the party and of the they're puzzled, but they're taken, not terrified like the people up top are, but like taken aback at the resounding of your voice and what you are saying, and they halt. Taholics.
Yeah, anyone close to me,
Yes.
I'm gonna fucking smash.
All right, go for it.
$18.
Yeah, you got it.
With my new wings comes new weight towards my back. What I expected to come through this metamorphosis, but I'm not too used to it yet. So as I spread them, I do, in a degree, fall slightly backwards. But not fall, falling down upon the back completely, but I feel the weight, and I see a siren advance as he think, an opportunity, I can smash right then. But then, as I see the siren approaching, I lift my peg leg, and in a kick that is amplified with the weight from my back, as I almost spin around, smacking him across the mouth. You see the peg leg smash open his own mouth, crushing the teeth, sending maybe 8 of them flying into the wind. And as the camera moves down and shows in slow motion as the mouth is broken, you see the Tehulian text of Rejulov, "Good deal," smashing the mouth open of the siren as I spin around and again look upon the advancing horde and roar with that signal horn-like scream.
Alright, Rejulov. Okay.
Look like, last time Rajula, when he saw the incredible, majestic, ancestral spectacle that Tehulix was as he defended him and gave birth to his stone wings with which he catapulted, these enemies. He was, down to the floor and his weapon fell, but then he quickly grabbed it again and he rose. He's scared, but that's gonna take him the turn. He's gonna say, "Those are my walls! Those are my walls! Those are my walls!" He's gonna say desperately as he sweats, he's gonna try to attack on the next turn. But this turn he takes it, getting
Get back to your feet. Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly.
Alright. Both of you again. You two definitely give me a defense roll. Well, let me know what happens to you first.
Okay, that's 15. I gotta roll one again. Okay, just a 15. Well, 15 plus 4. That's 19.
Okay, so that's fine. So, no one sort of is able to come around, like just the spinning, the flapping of the wings of this thing. That's all it could be called, is a thing. No weapons are upon you. Whether Teholix is purposefully trying to protect you or not is indeterminate.
Given my role, could I describe some, like, if someone tried to attack me, could I like describe a bit how?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe. It seemed like no one attacks by that side, but there's some siren, but by my other side comes with a thing, and I have my hammer like right here, and because I'm fucking scared of everything, I just recently
nothing's gonna take my walls. And there's like, you know, like the Kimbi goes just here, and he's like, when like just, you know, like with a hammer here, and then the Kimbi here, it's like it hits the Kimbi away. And I just saw the Kimbi, you know, like it almost in my eye. It was like,
Yeah.
the Kimbi, you know, pierces the floor right next to me, and I just like up my leg, just you know, so the Kimbi doesn't pierce my feet, you know, like no, I have my hammer towards the direction of that siren that attacked towards me.
All right. Cool. As Vogue, you see more of these sirens come out. Like, you don't know where the end is. Like, as the sirens on the beach, they look in puzzlement, you know, upon you. Like what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know, we have. Why are you turning around? This is, you know, part of the attack. Like, you know why we're here, sister. This is not for Fatash. This is for vengeance. This is for our people. You know what must be done. And they you know, rush forward again. Elias, what was your defense roll?
10.
Okay, so you know you know another Dikembe comes you know upon you, but you just the spin of it, like you crack, like the wing slaps it away. You
A
know.
movement that feels both familiar and utterly new towards me. As a Dokimbi comes reflexively, I almost smack the edge of the siren's hand down, you know, making him, you know, drop it as the burning white wing comes down and boom, not damaging him, but smacking it out of his hand, preventing me from getting damage.
As we see this combat, this melee continues, Azad, you and Nali rush up the stairs, through the corridors, flinging open doors and passageways, and you look upon this scene. Where there was revelry, there is this. There is this. And you see Taholix with wings upon him, roaring like a monster. Looking every bit the part that he seems to be. You see dead sirens, satyrs, townsfolk, people you made deals with, people you had plans to make deals with, guards, servants of your own, some dead, some still fighting. That ogre guard, you taught even your ogre servants well, but in times like this, that rage flows like water, like a fiery wine through the veins, as they have tulwars out, and with roars almost as loud as Taholix, they are rushing forward, slicing asunder siren, taking the spine to the shoulder and not even feeling it. Some of the Dawan companions, servants you had, with a bit more finesse, like, you know, with like, you know, like doing, you know, wielding tulwars as they are supposed to be wielded, you know, dexterous style of your kind. One, you know, the tulwar's knocked from their hand, but it rips the throat from one of them. A song, a screeching cry that you feel your eardrums reverberate before it is cut short as its throat is ripped from it. One of the Dawans is struck down by 2, and then 3 sirens who gang up upon him, hacking at Dikembe hard into his arm, causing him to drop the tulwar, and then another just bring down, cracking the leg, and then cracking the skull, hacking to pieces one of your Dawan servitors. Elsewhere, many villagers run, but many still, after this moment of absorbing what's happening, turn back to fight. orcs with their pitiful wooden clubs rushing forward like shillelaghs, cracking open, spilling brains and feathers matted with blood and whatnot. All this and more you see. I will let you decide what you are going to do. As Yanali looks upon this, and seeing that, like, whether it is uncouth or not, she too lets out a roar, a tiger roar of absolute rage at what is being done in this moment, at this height of your mutual success. This happens. And she is, I give the scene over to you for a moment to decide what you're going to do.
She roars out in frustration and anger and surprise. I too kind of, my mouth sort of open, letting loose these deep growls of sorrow. All my money, all my deals, everything I'm working towards. And of course I'm thinking of the future. And then I turn to her, as her eyes are open and her mouth is wide after she's done yelling. She's just sort of looking in awe. And then I turn towards her and I say, and shish, we have to bring them inside, quickly no. And I turn and I'm like breathing heavy, as I'm moving back down this way, quickly. And I make my way through the corridors, through the. I'm like hitting into some tables now and then as I'm moving. And I get to like a T in the hallways, and where am I? Because this is a new house.
New house.
This way, and then I turn and I continue running. Some of the paintings, few as they may be on the walls, some of the other small fineries, soon to be more in the future. But I'm running through these halls of this edifice of our conjoined house, of our conjoined marriage and unity in our endeavors, and just fear and having to act definitely puts me to action. So I eventually make it to the doors, and I sort of throw my body against the doors as they open outward. I throw my body against it, hurting my shoulder, but it doesn't seem to. I don't seem to feel it. And of course, when the door opens a little bit, but it's a big, heavy door. It's meant to be.
Yeah.
And then I continue pushing it as Natalie comes, behind, and we both begin pushing the door. And as the door opens up, I'll yell out for anyone that is. First, I'll yell out for anyone that is like still conscious, or like there are people that are beaten. Got like some satyr got his head beaten. He's all bleeding from the head, and there's a human woman that's holding him, and he's like, and I burst on out. We burst on out of our manor house, and I just start shouting. I have no grades in sing or anything, and there's a lot of noise, but I just start shouting out in like just authoritative sort of tones, just get in, everybody, get in, you quickly, everyone. I start shouting that, and then I start going to some people that are beaten and otherwise unable to move. I'll go to them in a surprising myself in this, but I go to some of the people that are beaten, they're bleeding, but not like obviously horribly like wounded,
like hopeless.
Yeah, I just start going to people. I can't and I start like dragging them. I do have actually a considerable amount of strength, being a tiger. So there's some people I'll throw over my shoulder and I'll and like the first body that I bring, or the first person I bring inside, it took me too long. I'm not.
Right.
So I started ordering some servants. No, here, Raleigh, here, that one, bring that one over here. And some other people. I just act more as a sort of authoritative, like almost a fatherly, sort of stable voice within the chaos, and gesturing people that are just like panicked and they don't know where to go. Just once the doors open, I just start ushering them.
For sure.
The best of my ability.
You do that as the sound of battle is all the louder now. Nazvog, you see as one siren sort of spat back upon you. You see many, not all. You notice Misha, Iowa, some of the children, the patriarch, rush out as he tries to hold back the oncoming sirens. And you see with horror, Dikembe go down, ending him immediately. A spine flying out, catching Misha on the back as she flings forward, down upon the sand. The children rush out, crying, screaming, confused, fearful at the loud noise and the smells and sights of death as mothers, fathers, siblings, families are torn asunder before your and their eyes. You may go.
So, I look down to Sanem, and I tell her, "This is gift Fatash has given us. Well, you must use it to defend yourself, and to defend those who need it, even from your own people. You see this? You see what they do? This is not what we do. You must know better, Sanem." And so, as I'm doing this, I'm talking lowly, but I'm bringing in more and more air, and bringing in more and more air, and getting ready. And I start a low hum, and then I'm going to roll for a Song of Pain, and that is going to be a lot. 9. 22. So I don't know how. I know they have sonic tolerance, at least one, but so I need to know. So that means I boost. I'm sorry. Let me tell you how many times I boost. 5. I boost twice.
I'm just gonna say.
I'm gonna describe it, but I just need to know what happens. I can hit up to 7 people.
Yeah. So people on the beach, sort of in front of you, the people rushing up the road, and those sort of who are upon the chasing after at this point. Iowa and many of the children.
Okay. I thought we were all on the beach. Okay.
What's that?
I thought we were all on the beach.
Oh, if you would have gone down on the beach for sure. That's fine. That's fine. You can be on the beach.
Okay.
You would have gotten that far. Yeah. So certainly, everyone boom. You got them.
Okay. So yeah. So I start this low hum, and as. And I build up all of the air in my lungs through my gills, through my nose, through my mouth, and then I just let it all out in a boom, and it just cracks like the thunder, rolling through these siren bodies, and the sirens, they're used to this, they can deal with it, but even them, it just shakes through them, you can see their their flesh move with the sheer volume of the sound, and like immediately they, like 7 of them, just completely fall to their knees. There's blood like pouring out their ears, pouring out their eyes as they're just literally broken by the extreme volume and power of the sound that
For sure.
as she echoes through. And like, this is what we must do, Sanem. If we wish to do what is right.
And the crack, the belt of thunder. You don't destroy Iowa like the sirens.
Oh yeah. Obviously,
like still, like she like screams in pain, like holds her head, like it's like you're disoriented. There's certainly a human, just a sonic, overloaded. And it falls into the sand, but tries to like move forward. So like gets herself up. She's crying, screaming, just totally out of it in absolute terror. You see other families at this point, orcs, fighting back against the sirens. Some of them surprisingly well, but the numbers keep coming. They keep coming. And you notice now, sort of for the first time, before these shattered and broken sirens, those same signs that you saw upon the others, the refugees, those who fled in the chains and cycles past, but far more pronounced. You see missing feathers as if they've fallen out. Patches of flesh missing from taloned feet. Pockmarks upon what should be smooth shark skin. Just the signs of incredibly sick individuals, though you need no barber roll to notice that. To Holix.
I intend to roll attack on almost literally anyone around me that I conceive as an enemy. Ooh, an 8.
Delightful.
This could be quite big.
You got it.
21.
Well, you sure as hell got it. Describe what you do with another one.
With a move that would seem or truly be utterly impossible to someone of my weight and stature. It almost looks like with the wings I leap almost like 15, maybe 20 feet into the air. As I see one particularly contaminated target, I take to the sky as I burn with my white and silvery wings, and I see that one target down there beneath me as I descend upon it with a shoulder elbow tackle, and I land upon it with my now over 1 ton weight, over 2,100 pound. I squash it as I land upon it and raise myself as I continue to roar with this signal horn-like sound. As I roar and scream in a hope to terrify my opponent and drive them away.
Sure. And at this point, you're upon the precipice, or like you could see down upon the beach. You saw Nazvog, the crack of thunder of her voice, downing like half a dozen sirens, ears bleeding as you leap up those 15 feet and then come down like a tiny earthquake, leaving an imprint, leaving this siren broken several feet below the surface. Rajulov.
Okay, so as I see that this...
Oh, sorry, not Rajulov. You have a 10. Azad has a 12.
Yeah, okay, go.
Oh, I just continue bringing people in.
Okay.
You know, I try my best to continue to sort of being the voice of reason amongst the cacophony.
Oh my God. And you see a couple of these spines fly, across, going into the wood. Some coming for you, and a couple coming for Nali. Barely missing her, but in the moment, so filled with adrenaline, she sort of moves with an almost preternatural speed, whether this is her own hunting instincts or the blessings of her divinity upon her. Who can say? But that happens. You continue to help people. You get that siren of that human woman inside as they rush back deep into the manor house. See, there's another individual, a human. Oh, his left arm is clearly broken, probably in several places, but he's still alive. He can be saved. You bring him back.
Yeah, as a note, I don't specifically I'm specifically yelling to people, but funny enough, I don't really do that to any of the orcs that may be hurt. I seem to not notice them. As I'm calling out other folks.
For sure.
As a note.
Now, Radulov.
Okay, so as I see this incredible monster gargoyle guardian, after having defended me, after I dodged, impulsively that the Kimby, of course I don't know it by that name, this strange, horrible, intimidating looking weapon, and the gargoyle, the incredible guardian that inspires awe and intimidation, just leaps the fuck away from it, and then I'm like, oh. When I look, I look at the siren that just had attacked me with that Dokimbi, and let's see how I go. That's gonna be 17.
That's fine. You got it.
Oh! Those are my walls! Over there! Over there!
I go with a fucking rage, Over there! I go, directly towards the knees, exactly like the other one. But now I'm kind of in a berserker, fear, fight or flight. But I'm fucking fighting. And it's over there! I crack one of the knees. The blood goes horribly to my face. Over there!
You don't mess with my walls. You don't mess with my walls. No one's gonna mess with my walls.
I'm telling all these in Thulian.
Yeah, no one understands you. But...
this is just right out of the heart.
Yeah,
I know,
sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, that happened. Radulov rolled 2 defense rolls. Elias rolled 1, and Nazvog, we will get to you in a moment. Actually, Azad, roll me a defense roll as well.
I got 12.
Okay.
My first is gonna be 13, and my second is 12.
Okay. So, both you and as you dodge, you're one of another sort of Dikimbius. It's amazing. They keep coming. You dodge one of the sort of Dikimbies.
I was just frantically hitting at the knees of these, another comes and it's again my trusty hammer. It goes, but this completely by coincidence. It just goes boom. It's boom, and then I think I see another one that's outside my reach to touch.
Yeah, for sure. And both of you take 5 damage, 0 armor surpass.
It goes to my left arm. Then my own mortality hits me.
And as the Kimby comes upon me, 5 damage, 0 armor surpass, it just, as I landed, elbow first upon one of the sirens and rise up, one of the beings in front of me just smashes down, cracks onto my skull with the golden horns. It hits right in the middle of them. But I just look up upon the being in front of me, undamaged as the wood has cracks in it.
Okay. And Azad,
I had a 12 defense roll.
a 12. Okay, so you take 3 damage. I think 1 armor surpass. As one of those spines comes forward, and I would like you to make me a conditioning poison roll. The bane of all Dalwins everywhere.
The Bane. The poison. Got an 8 on my roll.
Okay, noted. So you feel something. You feel the wound sort of go into you, but you feel something else, something sickening, immediately, sort of like within you, and you're fine for this, for this round.
Real quick, what is? I think I missed a description. If you could just do it real quick.
Sure. So you got.
What's shooting the spines?
What's that?
What is shooting spines?
They're throwing have you ever seen an atlatl?
Oh, okay.
They're
Never mind.
throwing them.
I thought there was like a monster. All right.
No. That you know of. Spirit anglerfish. No. Yes, that's what it is. Nazvog. You're screaming of these sirens brought low by your own song of pain as Eowyn just runs, books it for anywhere. That there aren't sirens, and now you've made a bit of a path. You see, sort of, the numbers are starting to dwindle, but from behind you see 2, then 3 sirens, come forth. Then behind them, taller than the others, well over, a head higher than the other 2, and you know already the iconography and sort of accoutrements of one of the gloried sort of shark speakers. And he has like a shark jaw upon his upon his form, as if to show the size of his own ferocity. Looks around, he could have seen you, saw what you did, and what is this? Why do you turn upon your own people? What is this?
What do you do here? What is this is my question for you. Fool. You come in, you kill. There is nothing here to take. There's nothing here to bring back to the colony. This is not your place. This is not your doing, killing children.
And he
take these sirens back.
He was taking it back and was like, what? And then like, you are not marked by them. What? And noting your form, as he also has those poxes of bruises upon him. You stand with them, a surface dweller. Sacrilege.
What do you know of sacrilege? I stand with the old ways, the ways of Fatash. Do you follow the ways of Fatash now? No. You kill. You murder. You throw away lives. Fool. I am no sacrilege.
We kill for the lives already taken from the children yet unborn. As he like moves forward and like takes out wicked Dikembe with far larger sort of sharp teeth upon it. I want you to make me a defense roll.
All right, I'm gonna give myself like a -1 because I'm still holding Sanem, so it's not like I can really.
Yeah, and at this point, like she's screaming in.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
So that is
Oh, and I'm gonna roll for this one.
13.
I go extra. What's that?
13.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you hear the of this Dikembe graze near right nearby you, narrowly missing is your face and he sees Sanem there, for sure, like he was looking at you and looks at that. And that looks like it makes him only angrier.
Okay.
So
You would attack a child? You disgust me.
And he doesn't immediately respond to that. But to Holix, as you
Yes.
Is it
And
not my
that's
turn?
in your own moment. What's that?
Is it
As
not
I
my turn first?
stand.
Say again?
Is it not my turn first?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
We were doing a scene with you. Okay, we are at the top. So, well, we'll do you, and then
Okay.
we'll see what happens. So you go.
Okay, so yeah. So I'm going to, using my right hand, I'm gonna go down, unhook the net from my waist, and I'm going to try to catch this dude in a net.
That's how you fight a siren.
Yeah. He's a fish, right? All right.
Oh boy.
So what do we got here? 19. You rolled an 8 too. All right.
I
19,
forget
yeah.
who wins on a tie.
Defender.
Okay.
He wins.
So
Yeah. All right. So yeah. So
Go for it.
I mean, obviously the net isn't folded correctly because it was just sitting on my
you
waist.
just took it out.
So I cast the net and it comes at him, but it doesn't unfold correctly to envelop him. It just kind of hits into him and falls down.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of looks at me like I'm a fucking moron.
Okay. This embarrassing exchange occurs on the top. So, briefly describe this because all of you see this. Isn't the music still going?
I can't hear it.
I think he wants his music. His theme song.
Oh, his music. Okay, give me 1 second as I first describe something that occurs. Is all the people above the beach can see and can hear. At this point, you hear what sounds like the crack of thunder, and you see lights sort of illuminating the sky, flashing like multicolored light, thunderclaps above and throughout the town to the south. You hear a crescendo of the cries of battle, and you hear sounds that are certainly not natural. You see that from deeper within the farmlands, those rolling hills. Rushing forward are perhaps 7 or 8 orcs, some of whom you know as vintners and farmers and such, each with clubs of sturdy wood and even some with some stone protrusions upon them. They rush forward, slamming against the tide of sirens who still ever so, with the exception of the kill zone around Taholix, press forward. These orcs meet them and crack many skulls. But with this occurring, go for it.
Do I see the siren creature that engaged Narvog in combat? The one that she threw the net around?
Sure.
Because of the newly formed wings upon my back, I spread them out wide. They burn with this silvery white flame, and the sound of my mouth has kept going for the last 15 seconds. This signal horn, yet lion roaring sound, as I see my friend over there, one I have spent quite a bit of time with, in danger. She's holding her child, the future of her community. It can't stand. She can't be threatened. And again, I rise with gravity-defying motions to attack the one she just captured in rope. $13.
Let's find out. So, no, but describe what happens anyway, because this is going to be impressive no matter what.
As I rise up and you, Narvog, see me, see Taholix in the air 20 feet off the ground, wings spread wide, burning with white silvery light, and I come with my fist raised up as if I am about to, double hand fist, smash someone down upon the head. But as I come and descend upon my target, it notices me and quickly rolls to the side, and I smash into the ground, letting loose a loud crack and boom! As dust clouds fly up from my 1 ton crash into the ground, still eyeing my target to the left of me.
All right, Razulov, you see Taholix
I think
leap up and off this cliff face down towards.
I do, but I think Assad is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep skipping you, Azad.
But I do. I do.
That's fine. You do see that, though. There we go. So now you're struck, but people are still, as your voice carries quite far, and many people are, coming.
I go anyways?
What?
You tell me to go anyways, or I?
No.
No.
I apologize to Azad for skipping him for the second round in a row, but just setting the scene that you're.
So I see this this berserking siren at the corner of my eye. He's whipping something. He's in the motion of whipping something at me, and I just see it. And he throws something, and just reflexively, I don't even see what he throws at me. I just bring up my hand, and I'm trying to duck away, but it cuts off. It cuts hard, into my forearm. But I don't. I just feel like a moment of pain, of a moment of you just cut yourself while you're, and I pull back my lips and I sort of bare my teeth, in the pain. But I don't. I recover a bit, and I see the siren.
You wish.
And I look to Nali, and I just let's go. We have to get inside, and I keep sort of yelling, come come everyone inside. Get that one inside. And as
I'm going.
there's someone
I'm
else.
going.
I'm gesturing. Come on. As I sort of make my way back, past the threshold, and some other people as well. Of course, maybe some people start, closing the doors. But there are big, heavy doors. They take some time to close. But I run in and I continue running in. Like I don't stop at the lobby. Like I continue just sort of running in for safety.
Okay.
As some, maybe like 2 Dowons or a couple other humans, or some other people are closing the doors. If there aren't any people doing that, then I guess I'll do it myself. But
I'm going to give one last roll as you rescind back. Okay. Alright. It's a close one. Well done. So, Nali is surprisingly one of the last people to enter. Are you closing it now, or are you waiting for Rajuloth?
no, yeah, I'm waiting like the hobbling fern. Wait.
Okay.
Maybe there's some other stragglers, but the door's like slow motion.
They're coming. They're
Actually,
closing. Okay. fair
and
enough.
just before running, I was like, I had this Dakindi on my shoulder, and I I already, like realizing, holy shit, I could actually die here. Like take my hammer, and it's like I crash, into the bone because I don't want to run with this fucking shit, puncturing at my soul. Just fractures of that shit. Maybe it does some damage to me. I don't know. And then I go, running towards the walls, and I'm like, wait for me! Help build those walls! Wait for me!
Of course, I already ran in, and the people are just closing the door. But we'll see if the firm's quick enough.
Just
I
barely.
doubt he would be.
But-
I mean, if
Well, let's roll an opposed. No, I don't care. That's fine. Let's you just.
how do you prefer? I mean, if I'm not, I could try
I don't want to
hide.
bog
That's
things
fine.
down any further. But so you can get in, but what you see
Mhm.
right before the doors close completely. You see almost like completely like dismembered corpse of a loping orc, yet hurled upon the door, a wet squelching sound, and you see just the doors. You especially, Rajuloth,
Yeah.
a siren female. You think siren female, like
A blue, I don't give a shit by now.
right. No feathers upon her head. A sort of wasting rot covering, the right side of her upper face, and you think, well, you can't see, but just a hideous-looking monster siren. You hear as the doors like cleansing. The guards are like putting like a brace upon the door. The shrieking sort of like sound like like Sindel,
the picture of the org when it goes through the door, all the horrible smell of these fish people decomposing dead, the smell of my own, the blood of the guys I just fucking, kneecapped fucking to wherever it went, I'm like completely starting to sink in all the horror I just did and witnessed and, my own wound, as the adrenaline goes out, I start feeling the sharp pain of my wound, and it's like, I'm just like, I have my hammer like this inside the door, and I'm like with the door. First for a second, I have like my back to the door like this, and then I go like and then like I go like apart from the door for a second, thinking maybe they will burst it, and then I think no,
it's my door. The wolf bears my door. And I go, come on, put my wand to there, and I go.
Okay. Yeah, so that was your action. That was, Rajulov's action. Great. So this siren upon the beach is taken aback clearly by you. However, looking at you and Nazvog, then you see some more of the orcs sort of reaching the beachhead, but there's still so many of the sirens, all around. But less are coming. The sort of looks like the end of the charge has arrived. But he moves to try and attack you, encumbered as you are by your child. Make me a defense roll, Nazvog. You are so lucky.
Yeah.
You again by fractions of an inch. This blade misses, coming down right upon your face.
Yeah. So he's like swinging, coming down, and I see it come down because obviously this dude's probably 6.5, 7 feet tall. So I'm looking up at this guy. So I bend over just to cover up some of them, and it just cuts right over my shoulder, just barely missing, completely branding me. And then I will, I'm just gonna attempt a strike on. I'm gonna attempt a brawl.
Let me just do one thing, not to you.
Okay. He's got 2 actions. Okay.
No. This is so inside the house. You hear and you feel a concussive force as you feel that scream, and some other concussive forces slam upon that door, testing the hinges and the strength of that wood, shuddering the iron and the gold rivets that were put in, but it holds fast for now. Now it's your turn, Nazvog.
Hey! Oh no!
I can roll double ones.
Yeah.
Oh.
You could.
Okay. I don't want a 3, but
I got a 5. So.
Oh, you got a 5 in total?
Yeah, I don't have any grades in strike or brawl. Are you kidding?
Okay, so you try to bring it.
Yeah. So I'm bending down to avoid his attack. So I try to roll through his legs and kick at his ankle. But I mean, my feeble kick does very little to this massive statue of a Siren Man, and so it might distract him a little bit, hopefully, and then Talix can easily kill him in one hit.
Who may now go?
Well, everyone, Nazvog sees as I landed next to the siren as she distracts it with a flimsy attack, and I try to attack the one right next to me. And let me just do some counting.
Is the one who attacked Nazvog or somebody else?
I am attacking the one who assaulted Nazvog. The one she caught in the net that she just assaulted.
She tried.
Actually catch it in the net. I actually failed because I can't count.
Okay.
17 because she attacked him previously.
Yeah.
No. First time in this fight, you did not murder something immediately. Describe how that goes.
As Nazvog attacked the thing with its talons, she makes maybe a mid to high kick with the almost eagle-like talons upon her heel. It ducks away, and because it ducks away backwards, it sees me coming towards it with clawed stone hands, and it immediately sees them because of its acrobatic form and fit physique. It, even within the net, flips backwards to a degree, ducking my attack as I do a hook-like punch above it, as it does maybe a bridge bending, like flip backwards, even within the net, as I see it downward, as I try to regain posture and stance for a punch next round.
Okay. Inside the house, that concussive force again, and that screaming you, Taholics, Azad, who can now speak for Tashin amidst that song of more than just pain. And you hear like an absolute berserker rage, the screeching, screaming voice of a female voice, as you saw this decrepit siren, muffled by only somewhat by the heavy doors. This voice is so powerful, screaming out death and murder. Death to the butchers of our people! We will burn your homes! We will scorch your fields! And we will see your farms drenched beneath the waves.
I get the fuck up. I don't understand the shit, but I get the fuck up. I'm still trembling, and I shout at the door. And probably it won't even go through the fucking door. I'm trembling with my fucking hammer, and I'm like, you won't pass that door, huh?
And it's like screaming into a hurricane.
You're not gonna pass that door.
Your voice stops like a foot from your face, even through the walls of this. But I'm back upon the beach.
So through the cacophony, of the sound, all the chaos and whatnot, I struggle to keep my mind, myself focused at the task of hand, and not just like and flee. The pain in my arm, that's far away from me in this moment, through all the chaos and the shouts of all the wounded people and whatnot. I just start gesturing. I say a few things, but of course it's drowned out in the sound. And I start gesturing. And in the chaos, everything sort of slows down for a moment as I turn and I see Nali. We both look at each other for a moment, as people in slow-mo moving about, and we're gesturing to go, deeper into the home. Then, time sort of zooms back and back to normal as I continue gesturing with those people that can get up and whatnot, these survivors, going deeper into the house, and actually to give an idea here, you could see we're sort of up here, where my mouse is here. That's where the majority of people here, and this southern door is open, which leads it has been left open. Which it leads into this area here, which is like the atrium, the jungle and whatnot. But around it is pillars and stone masonry. People bring them through down here, and not into the jungle, but I mean, I'm sure some people in the chaos are running in there. But mind you, Nali and I, or at least myself, I mean, we're naked, but we are tigers. So not much to hide, just giant tigers, bipedal tigers. But we, usher them through there, and I'm shouting, I'm shouting something in Shish, just reverting to my ancestral tongue. To the main hall! To the main hall now! At once! Quickly! I'm saying which is mostly drowned out by the sound. And running our way, down.
As you shout, I start rambling. Now not into Julian as I was originally.
These walls will stay. Ugathea walls will stay. These walls will stay.
I'm at the door, and I don't follow anyone. I'm like just the testament that I believe on that fucking door. I'm gonna be fucking there, facing towards all this massacre that I just came through, all that horrible things, and just there knowing that
the enemies won't come here. Ugathea, me. I put the stones on this place, people, by my command, by my knowledge. This wall will stay.
And there's a moment of like, as I
and common languages, as you, of course, the voice of reason, say the useful things.
There is a moment like when I'm moving, and I'm running, I look behind me just to see that people are moving, and then I see this stubborn, prideful little pharaoh man, and I like there's a moment where I just like I kind of look, and I don't have pity or anything like that, but instead I'll be enough pull strength from that stubbornness. Like, is he? But then I think, okay. I think something else, and then I continue moving. But yeah, just going deeper into the house, away from the doors, really.
As all species are. Okay. You do that, and that's right. I'm still on. The beach guy did not go. He will not attack with the Dikembe, as it has not helped him. As this scene goes on, Nazvog and Taholix, but in particular Nazvog, you and you alone see upon the beach, further to the south, further to the north, but mainly to the south. You look, and you see the people on the beach are being slowly but surely decimated. As
the people meaning the sirens or the whoever was left?
The townsfolk.
Okay.
It's a tough fight. But you see, cresting from the escarpment above, are forms and figures, shapes and things that you know are not of the flesh, not of the mortal. Multi-legged things, almost resembling spiders, but clearly not anything resembling Shriziks. Moving forward with incredible amounts of speed down the escarpment, things, ephemeral, winged, floating creatures of pure, scintillating motes coming forward, living fire coming into being and bringing instant ruin upon a dozen sirens upon the beach instantly.
Alright, well, yeah, I see this now. I'm like, oh shit, it just got real. Taholix, you stand back. You must watch out. The spirits, they come. And I will grab my net and attempt to use it to trip up this dude. I'm not gonna like throw it. I'm just gonna like try to
I would like you to roll to resist, both of you to resist my song of pain upon you.
Oh, you don't get a resistance roll.
Oh, that's right. And just roll my sing.
Yeah. And if you beat 10.
That's right.
it does
Do you
damage.
roll anything in defense for it?
No,
Okay.
but it doesn't do a lot of damage.
Right, it's 1 and it just boosts on, yeah. It boosts on 5?
Yes, 5.
Okay.
What does it intend to defend upon, or is it just a blank boost on 5?
It's just a blank boost on 5.
Okay.
You have to hit a 10, and then every 5 over 10.
And it's just 1 damage. You know, it's
Okay,
a
yeah.
along, right?
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I have Sonic Tolerance 4, so it just does not bother me.
Alex, you take 2 damage.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me that much.
I bet it wouldn't. So you can do.
Hmm. Whose turn
Okay.
is it?
So
Is-
yeah,
It is Nazvog's turn.
yeah. So I'm trying to like trip this dude with my net that I
Go for
grabbed,
it.
and so yeah, I don't know if you want me to roll projectile or like what you want. Oh well, no, never mind. I got it. So 5. Where did I roll? Oh, I'm 14, 15, 16, 16. I have an advantage.
Okay.
I'm going to use it.
You succeed.
All right, so yeah, so so I'm behind him now, and or well, I mean, he would have moved around. So like I grab my net, and I'm still close to the ground, so I swing it around one of his talons and just kind of yank it back to try to just like pull him to the ground. So yeah, that's what's going to happen.
And you
He's
do
going to the
so.
ground.
For sure.
He's going to be prone for Taholics to lay waste to him.
Yeah. Great. Azad, we kind of described your action. So we all did like a bunch of people's reactions during the, and Julith, you kind of did your action of standing, like the walls will stand. Taholics, you may go.
Alright, let's roll this. Double 8!
Oh my god.
This is gonna be a big one.
Oh wait, I don't get anything because I'm nice my static defense. I'm caught up in a net. Great. Fantastic.
32.
What do you boost on?
5.
Okay, hold on. All right, you boost 5 times upon this man.
That will, if we're counting damage, that will
Just let me know what the damage is. I'm curious.
that will be for just a brawl attack. That will be 9 damage, 0 armor surpass.
Okay, so it's not every day you get 5 surpasses. So I want you, Zach, to describe some of the special aspects of your net and how it is affixing him far more than a normal net would. And Taholics, you have dealt this poor soul an absolutely just shy of total murder blow. So just I'll give that to you. And
Shall I or Zach describe?
I want Zach to describe first. Re-describe what you've done. I know I'm going back in time. This is unorthodox, but
Well, it's got the blood of a time spirit in there, so it's okay.
it does.
So yeah. So I swing around and wrap and like get some of the coils of or the holes of the net around one of his talons, and I pull him down. And so like as he like comes to the ground, the net itself kind of it shimmers and like actually moves in it envelops this dude's talon. So he's like wiggling around on the ground, and like, you know, but he can't escape the hold. I mean, like, I'm clearly not as strong as this guy, but because of the way the net like grabs onto him, I'm able to hold him in place so that it's really easy for Talix to just come down and have you know, no chance of missing this dude's poor misbegotten head.
Sure. Describe
Mm.
what you do
As-
as you absolutely.
As my companion Nashvog just holds my opponent down, I use again the heavy weight upon my right, like the big iron boot made by Rajula Thugathea, good deal sign onto it. I almost, you know, make a circular spin around with it, and again with a move that utterly defies gravity. The wings let me take to the air like 10 feet upwards. It should not be possible, but for some reason it is. As I then look down upon my opponent, I see him there down, tied into the net, and I hold my knees forward, and it looks up to me, this siren, it looks upon my form burning with white silvery fire, no fear in its eyes, and my eyes are relentless, and I give no single care for its well-being, and I just descend upon it from the waist down onto its knees and onto its talon-like legs. I come down with my 1-ton form, knees and legs. I just completely squash and break its waist down onto its knees as I land upon him. A big crater into the sand as I descend from 12 feet into the air down into the ground, and its legs are utterly and completely destroyed. It cannot move.
Yeah. And in fact, as you not only break the legs, but you clearly must have severed the spinal column in at least one location, as this thing just goes to the ground and is the siren doesn't even scream, doesn't even let out any sound. These powerful siren lungs, the gift of Fatash, as Nazvag you have said, has left this man, as the life will soon leave him in mere seconds, as it looks, or he looks up at you, Nazvag, probably even pain having left him, utter sensation leaves him unable to even move. You see the ruined body of this mighty siren, the sharp jaw shattered into several pieces, bits of shark teeth embedded into his own flesh at the cruel angle with which he was brought low, and in a twisted, sort of like uncomfortable, like, you know, weird angle that could only sort of be achieved by complete paralysis and dead weight. It just looks up with you, like its face the only thing moving, its head the only thing. As you can see, like it's barely like able to move its chest as it speaks to you in a slowly more gurgling tongue as blood fills this siren's lungs. It slowly suffocates unless someone does something else to me. Croaks out in Tashan. You would stand against those who murder our people. You would stand with snakes and betrayers. Like it tries to have some sort of like sneer, but like it can't even.
Alright, so as he tries to say this, is the air to bird, sea to the fish, contempt to the contemptible, like you. You would come you would kill. This is what you deserve. And, I just let him, completely drown on his own blood, as sirens are not, that's the most horrifying death a siren can possibly have, right?
Mhm.
Is to straight up drown. That's not a thing that's supposed to happen. So I'm gonna, just let him suffocate on his own blood.
And he does. It takes like several seconds, as like the jerking, like motions kind of stop, and it like that's all you can sort of hear is gross gurgling. Meanwhile, in a montage, as this pitiful siren expires before you, Taholix and Nazvog. Nazvog, you see more of these spirits moving forth, destroying siren after siren. You both, seconds later, see orcs standing upon the escarpment. Taholix, you recognize one of them as Ichnax, a strange individual, the one who spread corruption, but in the cycle since, you have developed perhaps something of an understanding with, or then maybe not. You are the only one to be able to see such spiritual servitors that have been
Its
called
purity
up.
is all dependent on its own actions.
Say again?
Its purity, in my eyes, it's all entirely dependent on what and its own actions.
Mm-hmm.
Because as I decimate this satyr, I am more or less, sitting upon with my knees, and I notice the one I have been meditating so often with enter combat. I do look upon it as I rise and stand. Still, even though I have, with quite a lot of time in meditation spent with this orc, I am still not entirely certain that it is beyond corruption, and I do keep a vigilant eye upon it.
Mm-hmm. From within the home, at least you, Rajuloth, hear the sounds of pounding after pounding after pounding upon the door. In time, you see those iron hinges start to bow, almost ready to burst from the walls. So relentless is the onslaught. As you're sure the last one is sure to blow open the door, you hear...
Before, let me. In all this time, I'm looking at this. Like there was a moment where I was, shouting and I was standing, but then like my wound was starting to, like weight on me, and then I sit, and then boom, 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 and I see, and my eyes go ever wider as the sound gets stronger and stronger, and I feel, I'm trembling all over my body. I want to flee, but I just could grip on that hammer with which I designed, I hid, I directed people, and those doors, those are my craftsmanship, those are mine, they can't go down. And I'm thinking in my pride, no, if they go down, they can't go down. I won't. And I stand and I'm fucking trembling all over my body, the extremely heavy ferrum iron body. If anyone was here, surely they are not, they could hear the trembling on the stone floor, or of the heavy weight I am, with my hammer here, and then you want come in?
You won't come in! You won't come in! Ever so fearful as the door bends, and I still shout this into Julian.
Okay. As you shout this, you hear, as if in reply to your cries, this shouts of pain, and you hear the sound of metal upon stone, upon bone, and upon flesh. This goes on for several more minutes. You hear more cries of pain and of death just inches from your ears, inches from your eyes, before it all goes silent. And you, and perhaps you alone, if Azad, you went deeper with the people into the home with Nali and the rest of the servants to make a better stand if the worst should indeed happen. Do you speak Sindarian, Rajulov?
Me, Sindarian. I'll confirm, but yes, I'm almost completely sure I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. You hear?
Yes, I do.
But great. As they go silent. Aye. This place is safe. For the Harvest Master sends protection to those communities who follow his worship. The Church of Velex offers protection. You are safe. As to Holix and Nazvag, as you reach the surface.
When I hear that,
okay,
I hear that.
Let me just finish this thing first.
All right, yeah.
Reach the surface again. You see orcs by the droves. You see that figure left to maintain the town in Knight Karalla's stead, with that skull-faced mask. They leave the town in the aftermath of this. Droves of sirens walking dumbfoundedly back across the fields, back to the beach, back wordlessly, silently, unprotestingly, without chains or under threat of violence, walk blankly into the waves once more. As Vog, you see those spiritual entities roil and move at the beck and call, at the behest and request of many of these orcs, before being sort of let go to remove themselves from this location. As the people gather up and recover from this strange attack, which still makes little sense. And as the doors eventually open, Azad and the people are let back out, you see the
That's actually, when he said it was safe, I wanted to open the door.
Yeah, I know. Just let me just describe who's there.
Okay.
You see, nearly 24 of satyrs and humans wielding falchions, scythes tilted upon vertically, dressed in meager clothing and little armor. But all about them, the remainders of sirens lies hewn and quite dispatched, including that wicked and disgusting siren female. But I will let you do your thing. But we're going to go to soliloquies, so if this is a soliloquy thing, you might want to save it for that.
Sure.
So, with that, as Magi and followers of the Harvest Lord come together in this community at the reaction of this strange invasion, attack by sirens, disfigured and ugly though they may be, we will go to soliloquies.
I'd like to go first.
And I'll let you go first, and there we go.
Okay, so as I hear you're safe, and maybe I do, maybe I don't. You may say if I recognized when I heard this in Sindarin, if I recognized some Thraxian accent, if I recognized it came from an orc. You may say that to me.
Say that again. What are you?
That if when I heard you are safe, it was in Sindarian, did I recognize an accent like it being from an orc before opening the door?
No, satyr is
okay.
An accent of a satyr.
Okay. I opened the door after I hear that, like partly unbelieving, because even though I was there, it's like almost like I expected, to fall with my door, to fall with my craft, to fall, but to stand there, not to flee. Not to flee like our family fled from Bale. From this little piece that maybe I don't own it. It's true, Assad can do as he pleases, but it has my name on it. It's my craftsmanship. Mine. I think as I hit the shoulder, the wounded shoulder, with my hammer, and I look at the Magi, I look at these people giving order to this place, and I think how the doors, even though there were doors, and I made them thick, and I even made them thicker than that I initially wanted to make them, because I said, no, you can't, you want to make, you're gonna make them thick. No, that's not thick. You're gonna make them thick. I'm talking real thick, son. And I insisted upon that. But even then, these creatures, they were gonna put those doors down. Was it not for the satyr, the orcs, the knights, everyone who came to save us? And I feel a mix of hubris, a mix of disappointment. I still hold my hammer like if it was tighter to me. It's as if I had no muscles in my hand. It's as if my hammer was just a part of my forearm, just like one straight extension of my forearm. That tight as it has been all this time that I've been trembling. My hammer, my work, my craftsmanship. I go, I see this place that looks so much more orderly now, with the eyes probably of Araman, or near so, if not. And I look at afar. I look at sirens. I look at far the siren that I actually, you bursted that kneecap. I look at one orc just, doing the piety job, just, slitting that throat, just finishing that off. I'm thinking, I should have just finished it myself. But I'm thinking, I look again at the frame of the door. I look at the door, even when it's probably one of the weakest parts of the of the whole thing, the door, it was still so strong and it still bent eventually. It was still about to go down.
But no, my name cannot go down. These people are gonna attack, and I'm gonna talk to Assad. I'm gonna make this is gonna be a stronger place even. This is gonna be stronger. This door is gonna be better. Now they're gonna listen to me. They will think, oh, this is gonna look flashy here. This is gonna look flashy here. Oh, I'll pray this sculpture is here. I was thinking, okay, that's the sketch. Okay, that's what the sketch says. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it sustains itself. But what happens if they attack? Of course, I knew Assad didn't have that in mind, and I should have told him. I should have go to him and tell him, you know what? Ferrum, no. They know you gotta make things sturdy, and you just don't make them sturdy from the walls. You make them sturdy from the structure. You make them sturdy as they should stand. Even if the gods attack you, they should stand. That's how you gotta make them. That's what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking I'm gonna go back to him. He's gonna know I was here. I was here, and my door stood, and the people were safe at his place. And my name has that to it now. But I was this close just for allowing their extravagant tastes, these things, you know, just because they have one good taste in one thing. What about the others? No. I'm gonna talk to them. I'm gonna tell them what's proper firm structure. At least the outside of this place. They're gonna listen. They're gonna understand how to make a place safe. I'm gonna talk to them. People must know. People must know how Ugathea stands by. Everyone inside this place knows. Everyone inside this place knows. Today we were attacked by those people I don't care about. They just attack at sea. I don't care about the sea. This time they attacked us. This time they attacked me. I feel in my shoulder. This time they attacked my pride, and my pride stood. My pride stood. And I stood. I stood. And if they attack again, I'm gonna stand. This place is gonna stand.
As the people move back, and I see all of their worried looks. We're in the main dining hall, and and the wooden stone is being there are little droplets of blood here and there falling, but onto the finely finished wooden floors, the nice marble stone that could come out, but the stains, the stench, these filthy people in sitting in this sort of hallway. I look and I see Nali and I see these people wounded and hurt. And you hear, "It's safe. It's safe. Come on out. It's safe." I see that sort of fear and hope ignite in some of their expressions. These damned blue-skinned creatures, they sought to ruin everything. They sought to, in their maddened tongue, their maddened dances, and the need for violence, this apparent need to destroy things. Damned be to Fatash, mother that spawned each of these wretched creatures. They would ruin all occasion, sacred occasion. People of this land they will look upon us and they will may see this day as an omen, as a bad omen upon us, upon my wife and I. No, this cannot be. This cannot be. I must show to them. I must help them recover. Yes, as I put together in this aftermath the pieces that have been shattered by these storm shocks. The one they threw something at me. They sheltered some strange things. Why did they bring war to us? I only have the riches. None of these others have riches. And yet, I've never known them to be like an ogre, to be lost in the bloodthirst. Do they fall to such primitive passions? I wonder. And in a bit of a fast forward, a bit of a montage, I excuse myself as I suddenly feel the pain. My arm twitches and tinges as the adrenaline slowly falls from my body. And the pain on my arm becomes also apparent. And I grab onto my arm, the bloodied fur, and I realize that I'm naked in front of these people. Perhaps they don't seem to realize or notice, but I suddenly, I look to Nali, and I just sort of say to her in like a low tone, just get myself dressed, and I just excuse myself, having a moment of introverted. I have to pull myself away, but I don't go for my clothing. I don't go back to that jungle for clothing. No, I go down to a stairway that leads below, deep underground in the manor. The dark halls, no lights are lit, no candles. I go down there and in the darkness. I slowly paw my way through the darkness along the walls. I open a door, go down another hallway, make a right, I open another door. And it's clean, and it's dark in here. But as I feel the cold, nice cold, foundation polished stone, I just know what room this is. And in that dark room, slowly a golden glow begins to emit, and all the darkness in this room recedes back as a golden glow begins to emit, first around my silhouette. It expands, pushing back, illuminating this place. And this golden glow, and across all the walls, beautiful murals, paintings, and works of art of fine, beautiful, feathered man and feline-like creatures. The men and women are young, they're children, they're innocent looking, they're beautiful, beautiful paintings, beautiful works of art, gold and sculptures of my own make, of a place of worship. But as this entire place is illuminated in that golden light, the camera zooms into my golden eyes as I pull my hand away from my bloodied fur, no longer bloody. The wound no longer open, as the last of the flesh stitches itself back together.
As we stand on the beach, surrounded by the bodies of sirens and humans, orcs alike, I gesture to Holix to help me pile up these bodies of these obviously contaminated sirens. I mean, we can't just leave them here. We need to burn them. So I start hauling bodies over towards this mangled, destroyed chieftain. I tried to warn them. I did what I could, Helena, but it was not enough. They The fools, they don't listen. And now these orcs, they will say, "We are the heroes. You should have listened to me." No, they did nothing. They come, they cast their spells, they summon the spirits to come and do their work for them. This is what they do. They let the others die, so that they can pronounce that their ways are the greatest ways. But what can I do, Helena? What can I do? I come, I try to help these people. I befriend these people. I do what I can to ensure that they are safe, to ensure that they can do more. But this disease, this foulness of mind and body, conquers all, sends people to do these things that they would not otherwise. What? I am beset on both sides. I am beset. These, on the one hand, are those who will not change, those who will not deal with the problems that are so obvious that anyone can see. On the other, I have the typhon. I have this foul disease, this corruption that eats away at the hearts and minds of my people. I have even fewer to rely upon now. And Iowa knows a little bit more about what it is to be free like Nasvog. I only hope that she can survive it. You must let me know, Helena. You must show me how I may walk the path between these things and guide these people, for they are truly blind.
As the fires ignite over the contaminated corpses gathered by me and Narvog, hemming the spread of this corruption and disease from the rabid raiders, I stretch my wings outwards, feeling the extent to which they can spread, as if I have been clamped down, as if my shoulders could not rise before. Now I am free to spread them and just feel the extent of my body anew, and it feels great, and it fills me with new and revigored purpose for my mission. And I see the morning glance of my companion Narvog. She looks upon her species, those of her kinsmen that have fallen to corruption, and I see the sorrow in her eyes, and I aid her in the gathering of corpses, in the funeral rites of her people. She maybe not know, but even I know part of how her species is buried, and through the rites I work meticulously to see through that each and every one of those who are laid to rest receive proper burial, and through all the many hours that it takes to make sure that all are granted the eternal rest. I have a feeling inside of me of success. The wings are grown upon me. The power of Glot that I remember, the one that made the maker of me, is manifest upon my back right now. My power has grown, and my ability to chase that which is contaminated is expanded upon. And I take burial sites for these creatures along the shoreline, to pull away the sand and pour their ashes in. It may take entire days for me to perform these actions, but it will be done. And all the while I ponder and perform these holy rites, I think to myself, growth has been made complete and manifest. Now we may explore further that which is within the territory of us. That which may be contaminated can now be explored. The wings are spread, and as roused herself, I will take flight and gaze upon all I purview, and that which is tainted shall be buried, and that which is clean shall be protected, as is the law of the living and the dead.
And one final brief inclusion for all of you. As you say that to Hullix, bury the contaminated dead, piling high the flames, you catch a glimpse within your mind in performing the purpose for which your goddess made you. You find that center in this new form. You see yourself as you once were. A towering winged form, but not alone, standing upon a great hill. A past life, bedecked in a breastplate of 9 gemstones that shine out in the sun. And at your side, in a past long ago, the familiar face of Ursich Lakshut Tandroy. And Rajulov, as you make your way from the home, looking upon that dead siren, the dead of friends, enemies, strangers, you find the dying form of Fexa. His abdomen torn asunder, dying alone. As his eyes meet yours, as you find him, one familiar face against a sea of death, he whispers out final words of pride and of familiarity with a now departed father. And such character deserves that legacy, as he returns to you the home that you once knew so well before passing on. Nazvag, your moments of contemplation of despair, you feel a trembling hand touch yours, and the screaming wails of your child lessen as the shaken, wounded but not dead Iowa stands before you, her voice hoarse with a day's worth of crying, screaming, of pain and fear and abandonment. As you stand upon this beach amidst legions of fallen kinfolk, she looks up at you, and you can see in those eyes trust, fear, confusion, and love. And leans up and puts her lips upon yours. In some wild gesture of companionship and of communion in this horrifying landscape. And lastly, Azad, as you emerge made whole again, purified by the light of your divinity from the depths of that dark basement, and you arrive out into the still pristine form of the manor house, amidst the cries of wounded, dying, and the confusion of those who are still left alive. You retire, find as much respite as you can to get away from it all. But still the whispers of the people, of the deed you have done in saving scores of townsfolk. You rise to the upper floors, pass down the labyrinthine corridors, and open the door to your chambers to find whatever rest you can. But instead, you find your wife, Nali, who, as you shut the door behind you, turns to face you. No sly cunning, no games. Nothing indirect. But in this moment, disrobes herself and embraces you roughly. And on this night, you can see in her eyes true pride and recognition for strength that was offered, strength that was shown, and perhaps a little bit of adrenaline from a long and quite taxing day, as on this night she submits to you in an interesting reversal. As the night drones on, as each of our catalysts find whatever peace they can under the twin unblinking moons of Ahriman, we will bid farewell. Good night.